Nous saluons votre engagement et vous souhaitons plein succès dans l'accomplissement de votre mandat au service des enfants d'Afrique. La tenue régulière de ces sessions périodiques nous rassure quant au suivi effectif des droits de l'enfant sur notre continent. Permettez-moi une courte histoire. Le mois dernier, dans une zone de concentration de personnes migrantes, nous avons demandé à des enfants migrants ce qu'ils voulaient pour leur intégration. Les adultes avaient prévu entre-temps des cours d'alphabétisation de la formation professionnelle en direction de ces enfants. Mais les enfants, eux, nous ont dit un terrain de football pour jouer avec les enfants du quartier serait intéressant pour eux. Ce terrain a brisé l'isolement. En 2 semaines, là où des mois de programme n'avaient pas suffi, nous avons pu réussir à effectivement organiser cette cohésion entre les enfants donc dans un même quartier, même s'ils sont d'origine diverses. Sans leur participation, nous aurions échoué. Cette histoire illustre pourquoi la participation n'est pas un luxe pour nous. C'est la condition de l'efficacité devant le contexte dans lequel nous sommes aujourd'hui. C'est pour cela que j'ai saisi cette occasion pour vous annoncer que je détiens ici avec moi la copie du guide de participation des enfants intitulé « Protocole de mise en œuvre de la participation effective des enfants » que nous avions eu l'honneur de présenter sur le terrain. À cet égard, nous recommandons au comité d'inviter les États partis à se saisir de ce protocole comme outil de référence et de mise en œuvre de la participation effective et significative des enfants, conformément aux articles 4 et 7 de la Charte africaine des droits et du bien-être de l'enfant. Par ailleurs, nous tenons à rappeler que nous avons mené en mars dernier... Merci beaucoup. Notre engagement reste ferme.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant du MAGET, et pour tout le travail que vous effectuez sur le terrain. Donc, deuxième présentation va être de la part du représentant de la CPF. Vous avez aussi 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Sabrina Gahar, Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Honorable members of the committee, distinguished children, officials from member states, intergovernmental organizations, civil society organizations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating the committee for successfully convening its 47th ordinary session, which has enabled us all to deliberate on our collective responsibility of promoting and protecting children's rights in Africa. Allow me to inform you that the African Child Policy Forum is currently undergoing a leadership transition, and I make this statement on behalf of ACPF's caretaker, who is Honorable Mama Fatima, whom you know as the UN Special Rapporteur on the social exploitation and sexual abuse of children. Honorable Chair, I would like to start by highlighting a few key initiatives we at ACPF have undertaken to advance child rights since the last ordinary session. The first relates to our multi-year project on evidence-based advocacy to expand access to pre-primary education for children with disabilities in Africa. ACPF recently completed a multi-country study on disability-inclusive pre-primary education, drawing on both primary and secondary data. The study examines national policy frameworks, classroom practices, and the key barriers and enablers to disability inclusion for young learners. Its findings will guide our upcoming national advocacy engagements in each of the case study countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, African children face an increasingly complex and interconnected set of risks that heighten their vulnerability to violence. Our continental platform, the African Partnership to End Violence Against Children, has been playing an important role in galvanizing the voice of stakeholders working to prevent and respond to violence against children in Africa. This year, in close collaboration with the African Committee of Experts, we are currently working towards building consensus for an African common position on ending violence against children, which will inform the second global ministerial conference on any VAC plan to be held in the Philippines around mid-November. We seek to achieve through multiple pathways, including through the upcoming Interrex panel, scheduled to take place during the committee session, and through the Continental Conference, which will be convened in September. I am also pleased to inform you that we have begun work on the 8th edition of the African Report on Child Wellbeing to be released by the end of the year. This year's edition of this highly anticipated report will focus on the African child and the family, shedding light on the state of the African family and the evolving challenges it faces, and the implications of this for the well-being of our children. In March, we convened an experts roundtable to solicit feedback on the scope, architecture, and methodology of the report. We were honored by the presence of Honorable Anne Musiwa at the convening, and we thank her for her insights and for championing this issue. ACPF has also completed a study on the lives of children with albinism based on country case studies titled Living in the Shadows, Children with Albinism in Africa. This report comes at a time when the committee is currently working on a general comment on Article 13 of the Charter, hence can be a potentially useful resource. We would like to thank members of the committee's working group on children with disabilities for their invaluable contributions to the study. Honorable Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also state that we have continued to provide support to the committee to the discharge of its mandate through the ACCP consortium, and I want to conclude by reaffirming our commitment to strengthening our collaboration and working closely with the committee and other stakeholders in advancing the well-being of children across the continent. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant de la CPF, et tout le travail que vous accomplissez sur le terrain, et également en collaboration avec notre comité, et tout l'appui que vous apportez à notre comité, au groupe de travail et également aux différents mécanismes spéciaux. Donc, sans plus tarder, nous avons la présentation de l'IRDA, et également, merci de respecter le temps de 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol that has already been established. Honorable Chair, the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa thanks the committee for this opportunity to address the 47th Ordinary Session and for its continued leadership in advancing the rights and welfare of children in Africa. First, we wish to highlight the growing concern of the impact of business activities on the environment and the adverse effects it has on the rights and welfare of children across the continent. In Kabwe, Zambia, decades of lead and zinc mining have left behind vast quantities of toxic waste, which continues to contaminate surrounding soil and water resources. Reports indicate that more than 95% of children living near the former mines in Kabwe have elevated blood lead levels, leading to irreversible health consequences, including neurological damage and developmental delays. Similarly, we observe in the DRC, Togo, in Ghana, that cobalt, phosphate, and gold mining activities by state-owned enterprises, multinational corporations, artisanal and illegal miners have been linked to pollution of local water bodies, forcing communities to rely on contaminated rivers for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. Honorable Chair, we urge the committee to call on states to strengthen regulatory frameworks governing corporate conduct, ensure environmental remediation and access to health services for children affected by toxic pollution, and guarantee children's access to safe, clean water and sanitation in mining-affected communities, and to strengthen their national frameworks, including the adoption of and implementation of national action plans on business and human rights that explicitly identify children's rights and integrate them as concerns that businesses need to take into account in the operations. Second, we draw attention to the issue of statelessness across the continent, with gaps in birth registration systems, restrictive nationality laws, and difficulties in obtaining identity documentation, which continue to affect children and places them at risk of statelessness in many contexts across the continent. In Ethiopia and Eritrea, children of vulnerable populations, including refugees and cross-border communities, face heightened risk of statelessness. In Gambia, an assessment conducted by the Commission for Refugees identified 1,735 children at risk of statelessness in the Ghana town community in Brufut. We're urging the committee to call on states to strengthen birth registration systems, adopt legal safeguards that prevent children from becoming stateless, establish mechanisms to identify, register, and protect stateless children, accelerate ratification of the Protocol on Nationality and Eradication of Statelessness, And we urge this committee and its interaction with the government of Kenya to continue to urge the state party to implement the Nubian children decision for the Nubian children who continue to face statelessness in Kenya. Honorable Chair, with those brief remarks, we wish to urge this committee to continue to work towards the implementation of the decision against Tanzania on behalf of children with albinism who are facing severe challenges to education, healthcare, among others. And we hope that together with the efforts of the African Court, this decision will be implemented. Honorable Chair, with those brief remarks, we wish the committee, we encourage the committee to continue on its record of protecting children across the continent. We wish you fruitful deliberations, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, le représentant de l'Institut des droits de l'homme. Et je peux vous rassurer que nous aussi, nous nous engageons à unir nos forces dans le même sens. Nous allons passer par la suite à Equality Now, le représentant de cette organisation. Vous avez la parole. Merci de respecter encore une fois le temps.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, committee members, state party representatives, and fellow civil society organizations. Equality Now, an international human rights organization, commends and congratulates the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable expert members for the successful convening of the 47th Ordinary Session of the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. While member states and stakeholders have made commendable progress in advancing the rights of children in Africa, the pace of progress remains disturbingly slow, affected by resource limitations, climate change-related and conflict emergencies, inadequate participation of children in planning and budgeting for programs, and essential services affecting them, increasing online risks and harms, legal protection gaps and inadequacies leading to impunity and lack of sustained protection of children against harmful practices, sexual exploitation, violence, and abuse. In view of the foregoing, we submit our statement as follows. Call for strengthening legal protection mechanisms to protect children from sexual exploitation and violence. Children across Africa, particularly girls, face increasing sexual exploitation and trafficking, both online and offline. Evidence from recent reports, including studies by Child Fund, UNICEF, UNODC, and Interpol, show that online grooming, digital exploitation, and child trafficking are rising at alarming rates across Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Ethiopia, and other countries. Further, the report shows that more than half of trafficked persons in sub-Saharan Africa are children, with girls disproportionately affected by sex trafficking. Trafficking cases are misidentified or downgraded, investigations are delayed, and weak protection systems allow continued re-victimization. Despite existing laws, implementation remains inconsistent as frontline officers often lack specialized training, referral pathways are fragmented, and survivors and children are at risk face significant barriers to reporting due to stigma, fear, and the absence of child-friendly services. Technology-facilitated trafficking is growing rapidly, yet many member states have not updated legal frameworks to address sexual exploitation and abuse in the digital environment, including online grooming, child sexual coercion and extortion, and the use of generative AI in exploitation and abuse of children. Equality Now calls on the committee and all member states to take coordinated action to strengthen legal and institutional safeguards. Governments must close legislative gaps, fully enforce anti-trafficking and SGBV laws, adequately resource child protection systems, and ensure survivor-centered justice with psychosocial support and safe reporting mechanisms. 2, we call for accelerating actions to end female genital mutilation and child marriage. Despite progress, harmful practices such as FGM and child marriage continue to affect millions of children across Africa. Equality Now remains committed to supporting the committee in contributing to initiatives and efforts to implement the Charter to promote and protect child rights in Africa. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, la représentante d'Equality Now. Et le prochain speaker sera le représentant du Center for Human Rights, Centre des droits de l'homme. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee. I stand on all protocols already observed. On behalf of the Center for Human Rights and in the interest of time, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight two main issues for the committee's consideration during the current session. Firstly, as you are aware, the Center hosted a conference on implementation of the decisions of the committee last year to facilitate multi-stakeholder reflection on how to translate the committee's decisions into tangible policy and legislative change across member states. And the conference was the third in a series focused on implementation of decisions of human rights bodies, with similar conferences having focused on the Commission and the Court in 2023 and 2024 respectively. As a follow-up, later this year, papers emerging from the conference will be published in a special edition of the journal as a contribution to knowledge on the state of implementation of children's rights in the continent. Further, having had a conference dedicated to each of the bodies so far, the Center will host a fourth conference in September of this year, convening all the three bodies, scholars, and other stakeholders to engage on practical pathways to enhance synergy and collectively accelerate implementation of decisions. Further, the Center would like to call the attention of this committee, as well as other stakeholders here present, to the process of the development of a model law on implementation of decisions that is currently ongoing within the Pan-African Parliament, and to request that the committee effectively engage with that process. Secondly, the Center recognizes the impactful potential of litigation to shift the trajectory of child rights protection and to promote accountability for implementation of the obligations under the African Children's Charter. We also know that this committee, as compared to the Commission and the Court, has received far less complaints over the years. And we know that few decisions do not mean that there are no violations affecting children across the continent. With this in mind, and alongside other CSO partners, we have embarked on a process of establishing a litigants group for the African Committee, which will serve as a forum for peer support and engagement to organizations filing complaints before the committee or those otherwise interested. We believe that a robust litigants group will enhance the effectiveness of the Charter's protective mandate. Honorable Chair and members, the Center for Human Rights therefore makes the following requests. One, we request the committee to adopt the outcome statement of the joint conference from 2025 from the implementation conference. Two, we request that the committee participates in the forthcoming conference on the implementation of decisions of human rights bodies in September of 2026. And thirdly, we are requesting that the committee engage with the Pan-African Parliament process on the model law. In conclusion, the Center would like to invite the committee and other stakeholders present today to a side event that will be hosted later on today at Pillow Hotel, where we will be launching the litigants group for the committee at 5:30 to 7:30, and we look forward to seeing you. We would like to reiterate our commitment and to avail our capacities and resources to enable the work of the committee to successfully achieve its mandate. On behalf of the Center, I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nkata. Le représentant du Center for Reproductive Rights. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, the Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, and distinguished delegates. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. The Center for Reproductive Rights appreciates the opportunity to address this 47th session and commends the committee's continued leadership in advancing children's rights across the continent. Its normative frameworks and their implementation remain vital in shaping state accountability and strengthening protections, particularly in adolescent sexual reproductive health and rights. Yet, persistent structural inequalities, stigma, and restrictive laws continue to hinder adolescents, especially girls, survivors of sexual violence, and marginalized groups from accessing the essential sexual and reproductive health information and services. Despite these challenges, important advances have been achieved. In Nigeria, the High Court affirmed the state's duty to remove barriers and ensure access to accurate information and care. While in Malawi, it was established that denying a young survivor of sexual violence access to pregnancy termination and information violated their rights, and clarify that preserving life includes the preservation of both physical and mental health. Together, these cases highlight both ongoing systemic barriers and the essential role of courts in advancing accountability and protecting children's rights. However, litigation alone is insufficient, underscoring the need for clear, harmonized continental guidance to support states in implementing their obligations. Comprehensive guidance would support states in aligning laws, policies, and practices with regional standards, while also equipping civil society and accountability mechanisms with a vital tool, particularly in the face of increasing anti-rights pressures. Finally, we would like to reiterate the importance of ensuring that policies and standards on school retention and re-entry for pregnant learners and adolescent mothers are monitored, and urge the states to fast-track their implementation. Progress remains uneven, and stigma continues to undermine implementation and realization of impact for adolescent girls. We urge the committee to prioritize the development of comprehensive, context-responsive, continental adolescent SRHR guidelines, and to strengthen engagement with state parties to ensure that commitments translate into meaningful change for all children, especially the most vulnerable. We reaffirm our commitment to supporting the committee in this work. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant du Center for Reproductive Rights. Nous avons, sans plus tarder, l'exposé du représentant du FAWE. Et encore, merci de respecter le temps.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellencies, our beloved children, colleagues from the civil society organization, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Forum for African Women Educationalists. We are honored to address the African Committee of Experts at its 47th Ordinary Session and warmly congratulate the newly appointed members of the committee. I would like to mention that over the past 30 years, FAWE has worked to ensure that every girl accesses inclusive, safe, and high-quality education. We reaffirm our commitment to partnering with this committee to advance the rights and welfare of all children in our continent. FAWE draws attention its continued engagement with this committee, particularly our call for member states to domesticate and implement the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, that is the CESA 2026-2025. We urge member states to align national education sector plans with the gender framework for CESA developed by FAWE in collaboration with the AUCFR. This framework provides practical tools and accountability mechanisms to embed gender equality across education systems. We respectfully call on all committees to encourage member states to report on gender indicators, which are outlined within the framework. FAWE remains ready to support through technical assistance, capacity strengthening, and promotion of General Comment number 9 on the right to education. In line with the AU's 2026 theme on water and sanitation, Honorable Chair, this has been mentioned by many speakers. We emphasize the urgent need to integrate education with wash and nutrition. For millions of girls, lack of safe water and sanitation is a direct barrier to school attendance. We urge member states to strengthen multi-sector financing across education, water, health, and the gender ministries, and to institutionalize gender transformative wash within the education systems. You will agree with me that globally, 1 in 8 girls experiences sexual violence before the age of 18, with sub-Saharan Africa disproportionately affected. School-related gender-based violence continues to undermine girls' rights to education. We therefore call on the member states to ratify and implement the AU Convention on Violence Against Women and Girls, to fully operationalize the Safe Schools Declaration and adequately finance re-entry policies for the adolescent mothers and the vulnerable girls. Children with disabilities, Honorable Chair, this is another issue that has been mentioned since yesterday. Children with disabilities are up to 10 times more likely to be out of school, with girls facing compounded discrimination and heightened risk of violence. We therefore urge member states to adopt inclusive education frameworks, invest in assistive technologies and trained personnel, and strengthen education data systems with disaggregation by gender, disability, socioeconomic status in line with the general comment. Number 9. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, girls' education is not a sectoral issue. It is a foundation for Africa's future. FAWE remains committed to working with the committee, the African Union, member states, and partners to ensure that every girl in Africa learns, thrives, and leads. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la directrice du FAWE, pour votre présentation. La prochaine présentation sera faite par Monsieur le représentant ou Madame la représentante du Graça Machel Trust.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, excellencies, colleagues, and our children, warm greetings from the Graça Machel Trust, a Pan-African advocacy organization committed to advancing adolescent girls' rights and opportunities across our continent. We commend the committee for its leadership and for holding all of us accountable to the vision of the African Charter. This year's focus on water, sanitation, and hygiene is not an abstract. It is lived every day by millions of African children, especially girls. Imagine a 13-year-old. She wakes up before sunrise, not for school, but to walk along a long distance in search of water. By the time she returns to school, the school day has begun or her energy is gone. Now imagine it is her menstrual cycle. At school, there is no privacy, no clean water, no dignity. So she chooses absence over shame. And that absence slowly becomes a life altered. According to the 2022 UNICEF report, women and girls are responsible for water collection in 7 out of 10 households. They travel further, they lose time for education, and they face greater risks. So for adolescent girls, water is dignity. Menstrual hygiene management is essential to retention. It is essential to confidence and learning outcomes. Yet, Honorable Chair, this remains a reality for millions of girls across our continent, and this is not the Africa we believe in. At the Graça Machel Trust, we hold a clear conviction that every girl has a right to dignity, every girl has a right to education, safety, and opportunity. And through the Pan-African Adolescent Girls Movement, now active in 10 countries, reaching over 144,000 girls, we have a vision to reach 20 million girls in 30 countries by 2035. We believe that girls are busy organizing, advocating, and leading change, and nearly 77% stronger confidence and voice and agency, and they practice that. In Malawi and Kenya, they are leading school cleanups, they are creating peer support systems, and engaging leaders to demand better WASH services. They are not waiting for change, Honorable Chair, they are driving it. But their leadership must be matched by ours. We must invest in WASH at scale, institutionalize menstrual hygiene in every school, and include girls as decision makers in the solution that affects them. Honorable Chair, as one of your implementing agents, the Graça Machel Trust stands ready to work alongside you to ensure that policy development and implementation includes our Pan-African girls. When we speak of children, Honorable Chair, we are walking on sacred ground, as we will be judged quietly but decisively by whether we choose action over delay and whether we stood up for every child when it mattered most. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la représentante de Graça Machel Trust. La prochaine présentation sera faite par Monsieur le représentant du Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. Vous avez la parole.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, colleagues, partners, and most importantly, the children. We feel it only correct to start with the voice of a child. And I would like to share a quote from the young lady that shared her poem with us yesterday. I was struck by it. One line read, I quote, "Dignity grows where water flows." I cannot think of a more powerful statement on the importance of WASH, and it's true when we listen to children, we hear the voice of truth. In our work under child survival, development, and thriving, we see how WASH shapes children's chances from the very start. For pregnant women, inadequate WASH increases the risk of infection, undermines maternal health, and strips away dignity. Where WASH fails in health facilities, the consequences are serious. Infection prevention breaks down, health workers are constrained, trust in clinics is weakened, safe pregnancy, safe childbirth, and early childhood survival depend on something very simple: clean water, safe sanitation, and hygiene. For children, especially those in their early years, poor WASH contributes to diarrheal diseases, malnutrition, stunting, developmental delays, and preventable deaths. It disrupts school attendance, it exposes children to unsafe environments. In South Africa, WASH challenges are deepening and unevenly felt. Water scarcity, aging infrastructure, sanitation backlogs in informal settlements in rural areas, and environmental degradation continue to shape daily realities. Crucially, effective WASH responses must be shaped by children, not only for them. Child participation is a cornerstone of rights-based WASH work. Our work with 48 young community activists in our Legacy Academy has shown us that children are experts in their own environments. They identify unsafe toilets, broken taps, poor hygiene conditions, dirty parks, and risks of violence that adults frequently overlook. When children participate, WASH interventions are more relevant and safer and, importantly, more sustainable. We urge this committee and member states to prioritize: 1, WASH in healthcare facilities, especially those serving pregnant women and young children; 2, to help us address inequality in access; and 3, to institutionalize meaningful child participation in WASH policy, planning, and monitoring. And we assure you, Madam Chair, that the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund stands ready to support all the other colleagues and partners and yourself in this important mission. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant du Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, et merci pour vos engagements. Nous passons donc par la suite au représentant du Center for Child Law. You have the floor. Vous avez 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson and everyone in the room, good morning. We extend our gratitude to the committee for this opportunity to make these remarks. The Center for Child Law's work for the past 27 years, as further guided by the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, is grounded in strategic litigation, advocacy, and research. Through this, we contribute to the development of child-centered jurisprudence, influence law and policy, and ensure that our interventions are
Can you please take your seat?
You can. Honorable Foroko. Come. Honorables membres du comité, chers participants, chers enfants, je vais passer la main à notre rapporteur honorable Poloko qui va continuer à présider le restant du programme, comme en sa qualité de rapporteur. D'accord. Et je passe la main aussi, par la même occasion, à M. Philippe pour des annonces.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. En attendant que la présidente de séance, notre rapporteur, s'installe, je voudrais donner une information qui est très importante par rapport, en fait, au visa, à tous les participants qui sont arrivés hier ou bien qui sont arrivés ce matin. Ceux à qui on a donné une lettre pour le visa, juste pour vous informer que le cachet qui vous a été donné à l'immigration, à l'aéroport, n'est pas le visa. Donc, le cachet dit vous devez en fait prendre le visa dans les 72 heures. Donc, tous ceux qui sont arrivés hier ou avant-hier ou bien aujourd'hui, merci de remettre votre passeport à l'équipe du secrétariat au niveau de la table d'enregistrement pour qu'ils puissent faire la demande de visa pour vous, en votre nom. Je pense que cette information était dans la note logistique, mais un certain nombre de participants l'ont oublié. Donc, vraiment, c'est très important parce que sans ce visa-là, vous ne pourrez pas quitter le pays. Donc, je répète, ceux qui sont arrivés hier, avant-hier, ou bien qui sont arrivés aujourd'hui, merci de donner votre passeport et qui ont besoin de visa. Ça veut dire ceux qui ont eu la lettre pour le visa à l'arrivée. Merci de donner votre passeport à notre équipe du secrétariat dehors pour pouvoir vous donner, en fait, prendre le visa à l'arrivée pour vous. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to facilitate. At this moment, I'm going to call under the same son to give their short presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, representatives of state parties, national human rights institutions, child rights organizations, and esteemed delegates, under the same sun, together with the Africa Albinism Network and over 200 albinism organizations in Africa, appreciate this opportunity to address the 47th session of the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. We commend the committee for its continued efforts to advance the rights and welfare of children across Africa, particularly through its engagement with the vulnerable and marginalized groups. We particularly commend the committee for hosting a day of genuine discussion on children with albinism during its 43rd session and also adopting the guiding notes on reporting on children with albinism in Africa at its 46th session. My name is Mwape Chimpampa. I am a 16-year-old young person with albinism from Zambia. I thank the committee for giving young people with albinism the opportunity to speak for themselves during this session. I speak today not only for myself, but for thousands of children and young people with albinism across Africa whose voices are too often ignored. Growing up, school and community life was not always easy. In school, some teachers were kind and supportive, but others made me feel as though I did not belong. Some classmates refused to sit with me. Sometimes I would sit on the floor because nobody wanted to share a desk with me. I was often mocked, humiliated, and made to feel different simply because of my skin color and appearance. Outside school, children in the community would call me rude names when I walked to school, to the market, or anywhere else. Even today, many children with albinism continue to experience bullying, stigma, isolation, and fear. Beyond discrimination, children with albinism across Africa continue to face serious threats to their safety and lives. Over the past decades, more than 800 reported attacks against persons with albinism have been documented across over 30 African countries, including killings, mutilations, abductions, and trafficking. In Zambia, while the situation has improved in recent years due to the government and civil society efforts, cases of attempted abductions, grave desecration, and trafficking linked to harmful beliefs about albinism have still been recorded, reminding us that children with albinism remain at risk and require sustained protection measures. Honorable Chairperson, one of the greatest challenges facing children with albinism is the lack of access to sunscreen. Sunscreen is not a luxury. Sunscreen is medicine. It protects our skin from sunburn and skin cancer. I lost my father, who also had albinism, to skin cancer when I was only 7 years old, because sunscreen was too expensive and not easily available. No child should lose a parent because of something that can be prevented. This challenge is now being worsened by the impacts of climate change. Rising temperatures, increased UV radiation, and prolonged periods of extreme heat across many parts of Africa are significantly increasing the risk of skin damage and skin cancer among people with albinism. Children with albinism, especially those in rural and low-resource settings, are disproportionately affected because they often lack access to adequate sun protection, shade, and healthcare services. More than half of the persons with albinism in Africa live in rural communities, Yet these are often the places where sunscreen is hardest to find. As climate change intensifies, the lack of consistent access to sunscreen and protective care is no longer only a health issue. It is a growing climate justice and child rights concern. As the community continues its important work to protect the rights of African children, we respectfully propose the following considerations. Number one, encourage member states to include sunscreen as an essential medicine for persons with albinism, promote and invest in its local production, and ensure that it is freely or affordably available in hospitals, clinics, schools, and rural communities. Secondly, urge member states to adopt national action plans that align with the African Union Plan on Action of Albinism from 2021 to 2031 and protect children with albinism from discrimination, violence, trafficking, and harmful practices. We commend Zambia for launching their National Action Plan on Albinism on 17th April 2026. Thirdly, encourage member states to strengthen inclusive education systems by ensuring that children with albinism are protected from bullying, provided with reasonable accommodation like large print examinations and learning material, and additional time during exams, and appropriate assistive devices that allow them to be treated equally within the school environment. Fourth, promote public awareness campaigns to challenge myths and misconceptions about albinism and to foster respect, dignity, and inclusion for children with albinism. Number five, encourage member states to expand dermatological, low vision, psychosocial, and rehabilitation services for children with albinism, particularly in rural and underserved communities. Finally, we call on the African Union to expedite the appointment of a special envoy on albinism, as this role is critical to ensure sustained attention, coordination, and protection of the rights of children living with albinism across the continent. The Africa Albinism Network reaffirms its commitment to working with the committee, member states, children, and young people with albinism to ensure that every child with albinism can live in safety, dignity, equality, and good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for such a wonderful presentation. At this moment, I'm going to call REPSI to do their presentation. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established. It is an honor for REPSI to address this House at the 47th Ordinary Session of the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Honorable Chair, we note that many efforts have been made to enhance the rights and welfare of the children on the continent. However, children still continue to face persistent, intertwined, and complex challenges today. In particular, it is estimated that 1 in every 3 children on the continent is living in conflict or post-conflict zones. The implications of this reality are not only detrimental to their social development, but also to their mental health and psychosocial support and well-being. Children continue to carry deep psychological and emotional wounds of wars they neither began nor they can comprehend. While this case remains a reality, psychosocial support and mental health services remain limited and unequally distributed. I am happy to report that REPSI has supported the Africa Union Post-Conflict Reconstruction and Development Center to develop guidelines for the provision of mental health and psychosocial support to persons affected by conflict. As REPSI, we hold that holistic healing will not be without healing the silent psychological wounds that children affected by conflict continue to face. Climate change remains one of the issues that is ravaging the lives of children on the African continent, and as well as preventing the realization and enjoyment of their rights. This situation for most children has led to school disruptions, as well as them being cut off from accessing essential services that include sexual and reproductive health services, as well as mental health services. Child marriage, child sexual abuse and exploitation, early and unintended pregnancy, that, Honorable Chair, bear a female face, continue to affect children, and specifically for child marriage and teenage pregnancy, we note that while re-entry programs are in place, less than 50% of children make it back to school. This robs them of their future and their thriving. Honorable Chair, as REPSI, we therefore call for the integration of mental health and psychosocial support in all programs, policies that target children that are affected by armed conflict on the continent. We call on member states and the Africa Union to take decisive action to silence the guns on the continent. We also call on member states to develop and strengthen mental health policies and expand provision of services as well as invest in their implementation. We also call on member states to develop policies that enshrine comprehensive sexuality education as one of the key factors that will help reduce teenage pregnancies among girls. We also call for the Africa Committee of Experts to strengthen accountability measures for member states in respect of policies and frameworks that they ratify, and to also invest in them. I thank you most sincerely for your attention and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, Repsi. Okay, I'll now call upon Ugandan Child Rights NGOs Network. Thanks.
Chairperson and members of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights on the Welfare of the Child, allow me stand on the already existing protocol. The Uganda Child Rights NGO Network congratulates the committee upon the convening of this 47th session. We further extend our sincere congratulations to the old members returning to serve for their second term on their re-election, and the newly elected members of the African Committee of Experts, and wish them the success upon undertaking the important mandate of promoting and protecting the rights and welfare of the children across Africa. UCRN appreciates the committee's continued recognition of the important role played by the civil society organizations in advancing children's rights and strengthening engagements with member states and relevant stakeholders. Madam Chairperson, as the continent advances the 2026 Day of the African Child theme in ensuring universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child in Africa, UCRNN acknowledges the centrality of WASH to the realization of children's rights, particularly to survival, development, and dignity. Access to water, sanitation, and hygiene remains a critical challenge across Africa, with over 190 million children who are exposed to high water-related risks with unsafe wash conditions. In Uganda, while 81% of the households have access to improved water sources, only 43.6% have access to improved sanitation, with disparities most pronounced in the rural areas. These gaps continue to expose children to preventable health risks and undermine their full development. At the same time, we note with concern the shrinking civic space and its implication on children's rights in Africa. In Uganda alone, it has been reported that over 4,800 civil society organizations have ceased operations over the past 7 years, and more are yet to cease. This sadly has direct implications for children, including reduced access to essential services such as water, sanitation, and hygiene, weakened community-level engagement, education, and diminishing accountability and child participation mechanisms. Madam Chairperson, in light of the above, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network respectfully calls upon the committee within its mandate to encourage the systematic consideration of the status of civic space within the state party reporting and concluding observations, including its implication on the realization of children's rights, and provide normative guidance on the role of civil society organizations in supporting the implementation of the African Charter, including the advancing of access to essential services such as water. Madam Chairperson, UCRNN reiterates its commitment to working collaboratively with the committee, the state parties, and all stakeholders in the realization for the rights of the child, for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Now I'll call Panel Reform International to give their 3 minutes presentation. Thanks. If Panel Reform International is not available, we'll call upon Africa Early Childhood Network to give their presentation.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee, all protocols duly observed. On behalf of the Africa Early Childhood Network, my name is Alicia Lutomia. Honorable Chair, we express our appreciation for the opportunity to address this 47th session and extend our warm congratulations to the newly elected committee and bureau. We look forward to strengthening our collaboration in advancing the rights of all children, with early childhood firmly positioned at the core. Honorable Chair, we wish to highlight 3 priority areas affecting young children under the age of 8 in Africa. First, on adequate nutrition and safe drinking water, millions of children across the continent continue to grow up without access to these essentials. Young children are particularly vulnerable, with these deprivations contributing to high levels of stunting, wasting, and preventable disease. We commend the committee for the initiating the general comment on Article 14.2 on adequate nutrition and safe drinking water, and urge the integration of the nurturing care framework as a key interpretive tool, encouraging states to embed its components across early childhood laws, policies, and budgets. Second, on early childhood and climate change. Honorable Chair, this remains a neglected dimension of what is undeniably a children's rights crisis. Young children face disproportionate exposure to extreme heat, food and water insecurity, and displacement, often without the capacity to understand or express their suffering, especially in the most vulnerable settings. We note with appreciation the committee's leadership, including the establishment of the Working Group on Children's Rights and Climate Change, and urge that early childhood be elevated as a core pillar of its climate-related work. Building on this, we further urge the committee to position the nurturing care framework as a systems lens through which all climate-related impacts on early childhood are examined, guiding states in designing, implementing, and monitoring their responses. We also call on member states to systematically report on climate impacts in the early years, ensuring that young children are explicitly recognized within climate governance and accountability frameworks. And lastly, on state party reporting, we commend the efforts of member states to strengthen reporting and to engage with the committee's work, as this reflects genuine political will to advance accountability for children's rights. However, we strongly urge the committee to go further and develop targeted guidance to support the interpretation and application of early childhood indicators in order to strengthen monitoring, close reporting gaps, and ensure that early childhood is visible, measurable, and actionable. In closing, AFCAN recommits and reaffirms its commitment to working closely with the committee, member states, and partners to strengthen early childhood systems and uphold the rights of every child from the very start of life. We respectfully submit the foregoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. I'll call East Africa Law Society to give their presentation. Okay, if East Africa Law Society is not available, I'll call Wimford Center for, or I'll call African Institute for Children's Studies. The floor is yours, African Institute for Children's Studies. Okay, we'll move on. I will now call Wimford Center for Children and Women.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson, honorable committee members, children, CSO colleagues, and participants. I maintain the existing protocols that have been established. I am Dr. Basirat Razak Shoaib, representing the Wimford Center for Children and Women, a Nigeria-based organization committed to supporting the education, welfare, and meaningful inclusion of children with developmental disabilities and their families through advocacy, capacity strengthening, and research. As a CSO with observer status, we welcome Resolution Number 41 of 2025 on the protection, promotion, and fulfillment of the rights of children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities in Africa. This resolution represents meaningful progress in recognizing and addressing both the disproportionate vulnerabilities these children face and the inadequacy of mainstream disability provisions in meeting their needs. However,
We all know that a resolution without implementation is insufficient. We draw the committee's attention specifically to the provision within this resolution, number 41 of 2025, requiring member states to report on their efforts to protect and promote the rights of children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. On these, we express serious concerns about Nigeria. Based on current publicly available information, Nigeria's last report to this committee was submitted in 2014, 12 years ago. We also examined 2 other UN treaty bodies, body obligations for reporting compliance. For the UNCRPD, Nigeria submitted its initial report in 2021, 9 years late, and still has explicit requirements to demonstrate how children with disabilities are being supported across key domains. For the UNCRC, the last periodic report was submitted in 2008. Now, if Nigeria is not meeting its reporting obligations, how can we then reasonably expect it to acknowledge this resolution and act on the rights and welfare of children with disabilities? We therefore urge the committee to engage directly with Nigeria's representatives to understand the barriers to compliance and explore what technical or other support may be needed. We also urge the committee to revisit its implementation of decision strategy so that all our efforts for these children do not end up in vain due to lack of implementation. Member states must be held accountable when they fail to meet reporting obligations or implement decisions. The Winford Center for Children and Women stands ready to support the committee in this regard through shadow reporting, evidence gathering, and technical expertise provision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for keeping to the time. I'll call Women's Pro Bono Initiative. Oh, no. No. I think those ones are virtual. Okay, I'll call Nyale Institute. Nyale Institute, the floor is yours.
Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, and distinguished delegates, Nyale Institute congratulates the members of the committee on their election and appreciates this opportunity to address this session. In its statement, Nyale Institute highlights that restrictive legal frameworks governing children's sexuality constitute structural barriers that undermine the well-being of children across the continent. These barriers contribute to unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, vulnerability to sexually transmitted infections, and heightened exposure to sexual and gender-based violence. These harms are further compounded for children living with disabilities and those facing stigma related to sexual orientation or gender diversity. Nyale Institute recognizes that progress is being made on the continent. For example, in the case of ACERWC Minor versus Minister of Health, the High Court of Malawi affirmed that a child who becomes pregnant because of sexual violence has a right to access abortion under the existing law. It is encouraging that Malawi's Minister of Health has taken steps to comply with this decision by aligning its standards and guidelines with this legal position. Nyale Institute therefore calls on the committee to urge member states to ensure that laws do not criminalize or penalize consensual sexual behavior involving children in ways that undermine their dignity, and to adopt child-friendly legal frameworks on consent to access health services grounded in child rights principles and the evolving capacities of the child, and ensure that no child is subjected to criminal or punitive measures for seeking or accessing lawful sexual and reproductive health services, including safe abortion. Nyale Institute also calls on the committee to issue comprehensive continental guidance to support member states in addressing structural legal barriers that negatively affect children's sexual and reproductive health and well-being. In closing, Nyale Institute stands ready to support the committee and partners through research, dialogue, and strategic litigation, recognizing that litigation is an important mechanism to enhancing children's participation in sexual and reproductive health governance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I'll call Network for Community Development. Network for Community Development, are they around?
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished members of the committee and esteemed delegates. Network for Community Development is a non-government organization that is dedicated to improving the lives of underserved communities through capacity building, service delivery, information sharing, and advocacy. Network for Community Development is delighted for the great opportunity to address the 47th session of the committee. We wish to present the facts about the status of prevention and management of teenage pregnancies in school settings in Uganda. As a country, Uganda has made remarkable progress in putting in place policy and legislative measures to address teenage pregnancy and promote school re-entry for pregnant learners and adolescent mothers. However, despite these interventions, girls continue to experience abuse of their sexual reproductive health and education rights. The country continues to face persistent challenges in reducing teenage pregnancy, stagnating at 24% and high rates of child marriages. Teenage pregnancy contributes to 22.3% of school dropouts among girls 14 to 18 years, with only 8% returning and enrolling to school. In 2020, government launched the revised guidelines for prevention and management of pregnancy in school settings in Uganda, which made schools to conduct mandatory pregnancy testing at least once a term. This enforces harsh rules that discriminate and segregate pregnant learners from their peers, requiring them to leave school at 3 months gestation and mandating a 6-month mandatory leave post-delivery, which contradicts constitutional rights to education and Article 11(6) of the Charter. Pregnant learners' right to education. With this year-long absence from school, children end up in child marriages. In response, Network for Community Development has taken deliberate and sustained action to advocate for prevention and management of teenage pregnancy in schools in Uganda. NCD supports over 126 girls to access primary and secondary education. We've strengthened capacities of teachers and school health management committees to prevent and manage teenage pregnancy in schools. NCD has engaged members of Parliament and the Ministry of Education on the need to review the 2020 school re-entry guidelines to remove clauses that promote undignified pregnancy testing, forced maternity and paternal leave for learners, and ending discrimination and stigma. NCD calls upon the committee to urge the government of the Republic of Uganda to put in place administrative and budgetary measures to review and amend school re-entry guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. I'll call IPAD to the floor. IPAD. If IPAD is not available, I'll call FOSTS.
Thank you. Let me start by congratulating Zimbabwe for reaching its 46 years of independence today. Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, distinguished guests, FOST is honored to address this 47th session and to reaffirm our commitment to supporting the committee's leadership in strengthening family-based care across Africa. Kinship care is a foundation of child care systems on this continent. As the committee's general comment on children without parental care recognizes, informal kinship care is the most prevalent form of alternative care in Africa. It is deeply rooted in the African social and cultural traditions and provides children with continuity, belonging, and stability when they cannot live with their parents. It should both be the first option when alternative care is needed and a key measure to prevent unnecessary separation from families. In many contexts, kinship care offers more protective, culturally grounded, and significantly more cost-effective than other alternative care arrangements. The general comment also makes a crucial clarification that kinship care does not need to be formalized for support to be provided. This reflects African realities where over-formalization risks overwhelming already stretched social service systems while leaving the majority of kinship carers unsupported. Instead, the general comment calls for practical community-based support for evidence-driven reform that maps how families and communities already care for children. Ensuring that kinship care receive the assistance they require is therefore essential to building care systems that reflect Africa's realities and uphold children's rights in practice, not in principle. We also welcome the committee's ongoing work on the draft general comment on the rights of children with disabilities. Children with disabilities are disproportionately placed in institutions despite the fact that kinship care can offer them continuity, attachment, and personalized support. We encourage the committee to continue highlighting kinship care as a key pathway to inclusion and to call on governments to provide support that kinship carers need. Without such support, the vision cannot be realized. Through working groups such as the Family for Every Child Care in the African context, which has over 8 members from 8 African countries, and FAFICA, which is spread across Africa. We are committed to actively disseminate and promote the general comment on children without parental care, and we stand ready to organize regional webinars, contribute to a child-friendly version, support national data collection on kinship care, and participate in annual reviews of progress over the coming years. Chairperson, honorable members, we thank you for your leadership. Together we can ensure that children in Africa grow up where they belong in safe and caring families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll call to the stage Zamara Foundation. Zamara.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, distinguished delegates and partners, children, and all protocols observed. Zamara Foundation appreciates the opportunity to address the distinguished members of the ACERWC as an observer organization. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child guarantees every child the right to education, yet far too many adolescents, the right remains conditional, negotiated through stigma, controlled by institutions, and too often denied the moment they become pregnant. Article 11 on the General Comment 9 calls on states to take special measures to ensure equal access to education for disadvantaged children, including girls. Across the continent, pregnancy continues to interrupt girls' education. While Kenya has adopted the school re-entry guidelines of 2020, the reality is that the policy progress has not translated into lived realities of girls. The committee has rightfully affirmed the expelling pregnant schoolgirls violates their rights, yet what persists today is not always formal expulsion, but quiet exclusion, stigma, coercion, and school environments that push girls out while claiming to welcome them back. Our study on the 2020 guidelines showed that policies are unevenly implemented, poorly understood, and at times applied in discriminatory ways. In many cases, access to education depends not on the rights, but on the discretion of the school's authority. These gaps are reinforced by structural and social barriers, stigma, lack of childcare, inadequate counseling, and weak reintegration support systems that leave many adolescent mothers excluded from education system despite existing policies. This is not a technical gap. It is an accountability, it's a question of accountability. It's a question of political will and whether systems are designed to actually support girls or to control and exclude them. At Zamara Foundation, our work goes beyond advocating for policy adoption. We focus on strengthening accountability for implementation by documenting lived realities and experiences of pregnant and parenting learners, supporting civil society engagement, and linking community realities with national and regional accountability mechanisms. We therefore urge the state parties to strengthen the implementation and monitoring of school reentry frameworks and ensure safe, inclusive, supportive learning environment for pregnant and parenting learners. Because when a girl is pushed out of school due to pregnancy, it is not just her education that is interrupted. It is her future. Girls do not drop out of school, the system fails them. And it is those systems that must now be held accountable. Thank you, and I submit.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. I'll call to the floor Volunteers Welfare for Community-Based Care of Zambia, VOAZA.
The chairperson, honorable members of the committee, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Volunteers Welfare for Community-Based Care of Zambia, acronym as VOAZA, is a women's rights organization that promotes the welfare and rights of adolescents and young women. We are grateful for the opportunity to make this statement highlighting key gaps in Zambia's adolescent health policies and laws, specifically regarding the requirement for parental consent for adolescents to access healthy services, which undermines Zambia's obligations to protect, respect, and fulfill the rights and welfare of a child. While the country has made notable progress in addressing adolescent sexual, reproductive health and rights through policies such as the National Youth Policy 2024 and the Adolescent Health Strategy 2021 to 2026, adolescents in Zambia continue to face significant barriers in accessing comprehensive, equitable, and adolescent-responsive sexual and reproductive health services, including, among others, access to contraceptives. Furthermore, the Penal Code Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia, the Penal Code Section 131A, defines child as a person below the age of 16 years. This implies that children under this age cannot seek and access healthy services in their own right without parental or adult consent. It further negates the recognition of children involving capacities to consent to health services. The requirements of parental consent undermines children's confidentiality and excludes children without parental or adult care. Additionally, the absence of a harmonized legal framework creates confusion among healthcare providers who often deny services to adolescents due to fear of legal consequences. Thus, would like to call on the committee to urge the government of Zambia to remove the mandatory parental consent for adolescents as a requirement to access healthy services. As an organization, VOAZA, we also call upon the committee to urge the government of Zambia to develop a stand-alone adolescent reproductive health policy. We would like to reaffirm our availability to support the committee and the government of Zambia in this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. With that, we have come to the end of the presentations by affiliated CSOs. We'd like to indicate to the participants and presenters that we understand that you came a long way to come and hello. We understand that you have come a long way to come and share with us whatever that it was a concern regarding children's rights. We'd like to indicate to you that you would be given another chance during the open sessions to make further contributions on your reports or on your concerns. We understand that 3 minutes is not adequate. So please bear with us. Know that as we continue with our program, whenever you get an opportunity to share more information, please do so. At this moment, I'll call the chair of working groups to the front so that they can come and share with us their presentations on intersession activities. Okay, thank you. At this moment, we'll start our session on the briefings on the intersession. We'll start our briefings on the intersession activities and planned activities of the working groups of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. I'll give each presenter 8 minutes. I'll start with Honorable Robert, who's the chairperson of the working group on implementation of the decisions. You have 8 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rest on the existing protocol, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairperson of the working group on implementation of decisions and recommendations, it's my great pleasure to address you today both as key actors in implementation and as our indispensable partners in terms of the activities of the working group over the past 1 year. The working group successfully concluded its 9th meeting, bringing together valuable insights from key stakeholders and implementers. This milestone marks the kickoff of the 2026-2027 term with innovative initiatives and actionable plans set in motion. The meeting marks the first engagement of the working group, and this is not only a procedural milestone, but it accords an opportunity to the members of the working group to agree on a clear position in terms of the future direction of work, particularly in light of what we now know about the state of implementation of the committee's decisions. The current challenge that the committee faces is neither the lack of guidance through its decisions nor a lack of normative clarity. It's the persistent and systemic failure of implementation. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the committee's decisions and follow-up required that we ensure their meaningful impact, and this is not an easy task. It demands political will, adequate resources, persistence, technical expertise, and above all, sustained commitment. It also relies on strong collaboration and coordination among AU organs, member states, states parties, partners, and all actors involved in order to help bridge the persistent implementation gap. Despite these challenges, the working group since its establishment has continued to explore all possible avenues to enhance and monitor the implementation of the committee's decisions. It's precisely in this context that the working group gathered for its 9th meeting, held just 2 days ago, to take stock of the progress achieved, reflect on the challenges encountered, and agree on actions required and activities to strengthen its work going forward. In this regard, a new milestone has been achieved, marking an important step in shaping the trajectory of our future activities. In particular, the Executive Council at its February 2026 session adopted a decision relevant to the committee in which it encouraged member states to establish legally grounded and well-resourced national mechanisms for implementation, reporting, and follow-up. It further calls on the committee to engage with the PRC Subcommittee on Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights to address challenges hindering the effective discharge of its monitoring mandate, and requests the committee to report to the PRC Subcommittee on the status of implementation of its decisions. This decision, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, reflects and reinforces the proposals put forward by the working group adopted by the committee during its 40th ordinary session. The working group during its meeting held briefings with key partners and actors involved in implementation, including the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Center for Human Rights, and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, both the AU and the Geneva offices. These exchanges identified opportunities to strengthen collaboration, promote cross-fertilization of the practices, and build on existing synergies among Africa human rights mechanisms and partners. Recognizing the need to enhance coordination and collective action by leveraging on existing platforms and harmonizing these efforts, the working group deliberated and agreed on a work plan, which includes, among others, the following. 1, the launch of a publication on the status of implementation of the committee's decisions and recommendations, the developing of a second edition of the study on implementation of the committee's decisions, organize a regional workshop on the establishment of focal points for the committee, engage the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights on NMIRFs and national recommendations tracking database to help us going forward. And finally, to strengthen engagement with civil society organizations, national human rights institutions, including the use of organized group sessions, whether virtual or in person, to support the implementation and follow-up of specific activities. It should be noted that this working group is the first mechanism of its kind in the AU human rights system, with a mandate devoted exclusively to implementation and follow-up. The success of its work, both the achievements of this term and for future initiatives, cannot be realized without the collective effort of the working group, the committee, our external experts, states parties, partners, and children themselves. As the implementation of children's rights is a shared responsibility, I would like to invite all stakeholders to continue working closely with the working group to ensure that our decisions are not only adopted, but fully implemented, so that they translate into real and lasting improvements in the lives of children across the continent. Together, we can strengthen the overall implementation of the Children's Charter and to advance the full realization of children's rights in Africa. With those few remarks, I thank you, and thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Robert, for the presentation. I'll now call Honorable Kimbo to the floor, who's the chairperson of the Working Group on Children's Rights and Business.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor for a brief summary of what we've been doing and the prospects of our working group. I'd like to remind that the working group aims to integrate child right-based approach into business practices with a view to addressing business-related child right challenges in Africa. It continues to advance a continental vision where business operation contribute positively to the well-being of the children. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past few months, the working group has undertaken some activities and initiatives to advance children's rights in the context of business. To begin with, we issued a statement in the commemoration of the Safer Internet Day 2026, and this statement highlighted the importance of ensuring a safe, inclusive, and empowering digital environment for children, and underscored responsibilities of state business actors and other stakeholders in protecting children's rights online. The working group further took part in other activities to commemorate the Safer Internet Day, including a high-level leadership forum organized by Child Online Africa in partnership with the African Telecommunication Union and the International Telecommunication Union Regional Office for Africa, and a local commemoration organized here in Skillshare, Lesotho. In these events, the working group emphasized the need for effective implementation of AU Online child safety and empowerment policy at the national level, including its integration into legal and policy frameworks, capacity building, and strengthening accountability. It also highlighted the need to align national frameworks with continental standards to adopt coordinated child-sensitive measures to address online risk. This participation contributed to raising awareness of the committee's work and advancing advocacy on children's rights in digital environment. Furthermore, the working group was represented at the launch of a study, State of Play 2025, AFCFTA and Human Rights Report, organized by the Raoul Wallenberg Institute and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. The working group's contribution focused on the impact of African Continental Free Trade Areas Agreement on children's rights, highlighting both opportunities and risks and emphasizing the importance of integrating child rights impact assessment into trade and investment processes. Last but not the least, this week on Thursday, the working group held its 10th meeting. Among other issues discussed who were pleased to receive contribution on the situation of children's rights and business from networks of African national human rights institutions and from some national human rights institutions, including South Africa, Cameroon, Senegal, and Malawi. We believe that the continued collaboration with NANRI is important as they play a vital role in advancing children's rights at the national level, including in the area of children's rights and business. The working group also received a presentation from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights on its help desk on business and human rights. We believe this discussion was important, and we also believe that the help desk is relevant to our work, and the discussion helped us to better understand how it works, but also help us assessing relevant guidance on good practices. And we hope that this collaboration will strengthen the integration of child rights into business policies and processes, but also help our working group in monitoring the state's obligation in this area. Looking ahead, what is left? The working group plans to develop guidance for member states in integrating children's rights and business into committee existing state party reporting processes, guidance on children's rights and social media regulation, and also guidance on children's work, family support, and child labor. The working group also plans to undertake targeted engagement with national human rights institutions, the private sector, the African Continental Free Trade Area, as these are key stakeholders in discussion around children's rights and business. The working group is also exploring avenues to participate in some activities like the United Nations Forum on Business and Human Rights, as well as the African Business and Human Rights Forum. We call therefore on our partners, organizations to collaborate and support the working group in advancing these efforts. I think, concluding, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to all our partners for their consistent support and providing the working group with platform, resources, and opportunity needed to amplify this agenda across the continent. I think on this note, I'll be thanking you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kembo. I will now call Honorable N. Musiwa to give who is the chair of the working group on children and disabilities, to give her presentation. Honorable N, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, and thank you very much for the good way you are conducting this session. It is my distinct honor and privilege to give you a brief on the activities of the working group on children with disabilities as I stand on existing protocol. Since our last briefing in November 2025, the working group has continued its unwavering commitment to promote and protect the rights of children with disabilities across Africa. Allow me to highlight that prior to this session, the working group held its 10th meeting on the 15th of April 2026. The group welcomed the new committee members and external experts, recognizing their invaluable expertise, that it will greatly strengthen our collective efforts and enrich the quality of our work. A key segment of our meeting was dedicated to a briefing by the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development. Particularly, the working group discussed on how to work with the department on the Continental Initiative on Inclusive Vision and Hearing. This collaboration underscores our commitment to working across departments to mainstream the rights of children with disabilities. The working group identified activities to be carried out for the next 2 years and highly emphasized the need to expand the pool of partners. Furthermore, we had a critical reflection on the inception report and draft outline of the general comment on Article 13 of the African Children's Charter on the rights of children with disabilities. These drafts shall be presented to us all during this 47th ordinary session. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies here present, I would also like to highlight that in collaboration with the Africa Albinism Network, the working group held a discussion on the guiding note on the reporting on the rights of children with albinism during the 28th session of the Civil Society Organization Forum. We are going to officially launch this guiding note during the course of this session on the 20th of April, and I invite all of you to join the launch, the discussions which will be held that time. Allow me to highlight some of the main activities the working group intends to undertake in line with its work plan. We are mindful on building on our previous work, hence we'll focus on the popularization of the study on the status of children with disabilities in Africa through a policy brief and other modalities. Our flagship activity between 2026 and 2027 is the development, finalization, and dissemination of the general comment on Article 13 on children with disabilities. The working group is committed to making the process of the development of the general comment as inclusive as possible. Various targeted consultations are going to be held with different stakeholders. The working group invites all stakeholders to bring their expertise and insights to enrich the drafting and validation process. Once adopted, I also invite stakeholders to work with us in the dissemination process. I cannot overemphasize that the general comment is very much needed to adopt a progressive approach, addressing intersectionality and explore nexus with emerging issues such as climate change and AI. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, noting the lack of disability-focused programs among the civil society organizations working around the committee, the working group intends to collaborate with stakeholders to conduct a training for civil society organizations on disability mainstreaming. We call upon interested stakeholders to work with us in this respect to bring more partners towards the working group. The working group would also like to cooperate with international partners, CSOs, and other stakeholders towards amplifying the issues of children during the Global Disability Forum. The working group is also committed to strengthen abreast evidence and data on the situation of children with disabilities in African member states, and would like to collaborate with stakeholders conducting a similar exercise. Allow me at this juncture just to add a motion which came up from the working group, as it's noted that the committee has got, excuse me, the different working groups, but along the way, each working group focuses on its specific thematic area without collaborating with the other working group. Thus, we miss opportunities for strengthening certain activities. For an example, if we look at disability, children, albinism, they are affected in climate, they are affected in business, they are affected in decision making. So as working groups, how best can we ensure that the key element which the working group is focusing on is also incorporated in the other working group? Thus, the working group on disabilities, through you, Madam Chair of the committee, that we develop or we establish an inter-working group cooperation and coordination protocol. The other issues we can always discuss in our closed session. I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to the members of the working group for their continued commitment. I invite all stakeholders, member states, national human rights institutions, CSOs, development partners, and other stakeholders to strengthen your collaboration with the working group. We look forward to benefit from your expertise, networks, and rich experiences in our undertakings. We look forward to increased partnership and collaboration to achieve an inclusive African Africa, where children with disabilities equally thrive, belong, and participate in the continent. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Anne, for the presentation. I will now give the floor to Honorable Sabrina, the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Poloko, the chairperson of this session. And now, because through you, I want to thank all the chairpersons of working group and the members of the working group, even the external consultants and the members of the secretariat for the big effort they held until now. Now, let me give the floor to Honorable Poloko. She's the chairperson of Child Rights and Climate Change for your statement. You have the floor, Honorable.
Madam Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, honorable members of the committee, excellencies, distinguished representatives of member states, representatives of the African Union Commission, distinguished partners from United Nations agencies, civil society organizations, national human rights institutions, dear children and colleagues, protocol observed. It is my honor to address the 47th Ordinary Session delegates in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Children's Rights and Climate Change on the outcomes of our 10th meeting of the Working Group held here in Maseru, Lesotho on the 16th of April 2026 and on the work plan for the period April 2026 to December 2027. The 10th meeting allowed the working group to reflect on the activities undertaken under its previous mandate and to deliberate on the possible activities the working group would like to do to respond to issues of climate change and children's rights. First and foremost, I would like to convey that the working group has decided to continue to deepen its campaign entitled 1.12 High, a child rights-based approach to climate action in Africa. The slogan is deliberate. It reminds the world that even at the current level of 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, African children are already bearing the effects of the crisis. The message is therefore simple and urgent. 1.1 is already too high for the children of the continent or Africa. The campaign calls for action that responds to the problem and for the prioritization of child-sensitive mitigation and the prioritization calls for child-sensitive climate mitigation and adaptation. The campaign will serve as the umbrella under which every activity of the working group will be undertaken. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 2026-2027 work plan adopted at our 10th meeting is organized around 4 mutually reinforcing areas of activity. First, on awareness raising, by participating in key commemorations such as the Africa Environment and Wangari Maathai Day, Earth Day, the Africa Day of Seas and Oceans, and the Africa Food Security and Nutrition Day. It plans to convene workshops with civil society organizations and national human rights institutions and conduct a seminar on children's rights and climate change on the sidelines of the 3rd African Climate Summit in 2027. Second, on development of advocacy briefs on climate briefs on climate, migration, and children's rights, as well as on children's rights to food, water, and climate change. Third, on global and regional engagement, the working group will work on an engagement strategy for COP32, which will take place in Ethiopia and the African Climate Summit. It aims to establish relations with key stakeholders such as the African Climate Summit. It aims to establish no, it aims to establish relations with key stakeholders such as the African Group of Negotiators to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Fourth, on the development of guidelines and standards. The working group's plans to subject to resource availability to develop guidelines for member states on integrating climate mitigation and adaptation to their national development plans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to place on record the working group's appreciation for the timely intervention made by Save the Children during our meeting, where Mr. Solomon Gezahin presented the guidelines to integrate environment and climate change issues into CSO's monitoring and alternative reports. This is a practical tool that will strengthen the quality of alternative reports received by the committee. It will deepen the evidence base on how climate change is affecting children across the continent and build a common language between civil society and the committee on the nexus of climate and children's rights. The working group endorses the guidelines and looks forward to supporting its rollout in the coming reporting cycles. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this work plan cannot be implemented by the working group alone. Therefore, on behalf of the working group, I kindly request our partners to work more closely with us to achieve the goals and activities of the working group. We call on our long-standing partners such as Save the Children, ACPF, TD Homes, the Center for Human Rights, and the Dollar Omar Institute to continue their strategic engagement with us, particularly in rolling out the CSO guidelines document. We call on national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and academic partners across the continent to support our agenda. In conclusion, I would like to encourage all the partners to promote child participation and engagement as we implement the work plan. I also want to thank our external experts as well as CSOs for their contribution in ensuring that we fulfill our agenda. I would also want to thank all the presenters this morning who managed to indicate their commitment to issues of climate change and children's rights in their work. I'll also call for collaboration, technical, financial, and political support from our partners present here today that we need you in order to accomplish our activities and goals. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Poloko, Chairperson of Child Rights and Climate Change. And now I hand over the reins to you to continue presiding this session. So you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. At this moment, the floor is open to comments. Thank you. Oh, okay, I'll start with the members, the honorable members of the committee. From there, I'll open to the states. Honorable members of the committee, do you want to respond? I don't see any hands from the honorable members. Now I'll open the floor to the state representatives. All right, there is no response from the state representatives. I'll now open the floor to national human rights institutions. this is an opportunity for you to add more information if you want to concerning the earlier presentations that you made. Okay, the floor is now open to. Oh, UNICEF. We need a mic for UNICEF.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very comprehensive briefing on the work and progress of the different working groups. I have a couple of comments for a number of the working groups. With regard to the working group on child rights and business, I would also like to highlight that UNICEF has developed a number of guidelines, including with business partners on the rights of children in business. And we're very happy to share some of those, some of that documentation and these guidelines with the working group. But in addition to that, we, Honorable Kembo, you mentioned the African Committee, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and we have done, as UNICEF, work with AUDA NEPAD on the impact of the Continental Free Trade Agreement on children and young people. We're very happy to continue that kind of an engagement and to explore the possibility of working with the AFTA on some guidelines. So this is an area that we're very much happy to continue to engage in. On the working group on children and disabilities, as you may be aware, UNICEF is working very closely with the African Union Commission, HHS, on on a comprehensive program on disability. And I think that they provided a draft for your kind review. So this is again an area where we are very happy to work with you. On the working group, child rights and climate change, we're very much engaged with the African Union, of course, through our office in Ethiopia as well, on the COP 32. And I think it would be a great opportunity to work with the committee and with the working group on seeing what are the opportunities for advocating for children's rights and climate change. So just an opportunity to recognize and to thank you for the very constructive work that you're doing, and just to reiterate that we're happy to continue to work very closely in sharing the various guidelines that we have and collaborating with you as needed in organizing some advocacy events in some of these global fora. Thank you.
Thank you, UNICEF. Any other UN agencies? Okay. In the absence of any UN agencies, I'll call upon CSOs for their contributions. Or maybe before the CSOs, I'll call the external experts. Yes, I see a hand is up at that corner. I can see. Okay, Dr. Strauss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Anne, for the presentation on behalf of the working group. It's really an honor to work under your leadership. I just wanted to reinforce the point that Honorable Anne made on the interworking group cooperation and coordination protocol that the working group is, that our working group on the rights of children with disabilities is proposing for adoption during this session. So we recognize that each of the working groups were created to focus thematically on specific issues that they don't want to be missed. But in doing that, a gap then emerged. And the gap was that the fact that the children's issues are cross-cutting, it means when we're thematically focusing on just one issue, we miss the opportunity to collaborate within our groups to collectively work on these issues. And then during the sessions, each working group develops their strategic plan and they set their priorities. However, because the other working groups are not aware of what the priorities are within working groups, it means that they are also not able to support each other to ensure that those strategic activities are achieved. So this particular protocol would help cover that gap. Each working group will provide the details of their strategic plan to the rest of the working group and request them to provide in writing how they would incorporate these priorities into their work. And that would be done across all 4 working groups. So we believe that with using this approach, children can be reached at multiple levels. There will be strategic coherence so that mandates will be mutually reinforcing.
Kindly wrap up for the sake of time.
So thank you so much. That's what we're working on.
Thank you. Now the floor is open to the CSOs.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Adelise de SOS Village d'Enfants. Je vous laisse mettre vos casques peut-être avant de commencer. Super. Donc c'est juste déjà féliciter les différents groupes de travail et faire une doléance, un plaidoyer dans le sens de demander aux différents groupes de travail si on peut avoir un document child-friendly qui permet aux enfants de comprendre le travail de qualité qui est fait par les différents groupes de travail. Parce que parfois, il y a des acquis, mais comme c'est un document qui est parfois destiné aux adultes, les enfants n'arrivent pas à comprendre tout ce que vous faites de bien. Donc, s'il y a des acquis, des résultats intéressants, on peut avoir ne serait-ce qu'une page ou 2 pages avec des dessins ou des messages clés pour les enfants. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, madam, for that. The floor is yours, Uganda.
Madam Chair, my points have been taken.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I believe we have also received. Oh, okay. Oh, some.
Yeah.
Same son, okay.
My mic doesn't want to work. Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. I just want to commend the working groups on their work, especially the working group on children with disabilities, for the extensive work with the Africa Albinism Network, as well as the independent experts on the enjoyment of human rights by persons with albinism. I have some recommendations, possibly, because I realize that participation of people with disabilities in this committee's engagement is very less. I rarely see anyone. I only see the minister from Lesotho who has disability yesterday, but throughout this session I didn't see. I want to know, what are your plans in engaging the disability community to increase their engagement in this committee level? And the same apply to even at the African Commission level. I didn't see any engagement. What are your plans? I am sure probably many of us do not understand how we can engage with this committee. Are you planning to do a sort of training for the disability committee to enhance their engagement at this level? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that valuable contribution, sir. At this moment, I'll give our presenters just a minute to say their final remarks. Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would start by discombobulating by saying implementation is a big problem. It's not a preserve of only the committee. It's not a preserve of only the commission. It's not a preserve of only the court. Even the European Court, as well resourced as it has problems with implementation. So this is a preserve for all of us. We all have what we can do together in our different spaces to speak to implementation. And I urge all of you to walk this walk with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Kembo.
Yes, I just want to seize this occasion to welcome the offer from UNICEF. I think this offer speaks of convergence among EU organs and other institutions. I think that convergence would just lead to greater coherence in the actions we are taking. So I just welcome the offer, and then we take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kembo. Honorable N.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that thank you very much, UNICEF. We already received the draft concept. We've looked into it. We've inputted into it. And we are really keen to work on this together with you and the HSD. They've also made their presentations so that at least there's no duplication. We are speaking the same language from the highest level. And to our colleague who is requesting for child-friendly documents, you're very, very right. And riding on to my colleague and brother, Honorable Robert, it takes us all to do this thing. In terms of resources, we need to support each other, and we do that, all of us. And the last thing is that I'll repeat, we'll call upon civil society organizations, especially those who are into disability, that you join us just to respond to his request. If you listened well in my presentation, we are planning to carry out sensitization workshops, training workshops with civil society organizations, so that we are all on board and everybody knows how to link with which level of the AU mechanisms. Otherwise, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable N. I would like to take this opportunity to thank UNICEF for the offer. We are looking forward to working with you, especially on COP, in preparation of COP32, because we feel like we need to be there because it's going to be hosted in Africa, so there's no way that we would want to miss that change. And as Honorable N has said, climate change, climate issues also cuts across all areas. So we really encourage our partners, and we really want to see the community, the committee infusing issues of climate across all areas of concern. With that, okay. Honorable Kembo has requested
yes.
a minute.
Sorry. One last on the participation of people with disability. I think he pointed out that he saw only the Minister of Lesotho seated here, meaning that it is an appeal for them to have more high-ranking officials. I'd just like to point out that the processes of engaging in the committee and with the committee are many. I think the next election will be coming in a few years' time. I think you will need to monitor and then pressurize in your countries for you to have people with disability as candidates, as member of the committee. I want to point out that in the African Commission, in the last batch, we had Commissioner Lawrence Mute, who was somebody with disability. So it is quite. So it is also in that line that I want to urge you to be acting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Campbell, for such valuable contribution. I guess we all hear what she has said. The member states are here, who usually take the lead in terms of ensuring that their candidates are voted in the committee. Please ensure that you include people living with disabilities. With that, honorable delegates, I would like to say that we have come to the end of our session. I'll give our secretariat an opportunity to conclude. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que vous méritez vos applaudissements pour avoir bien managé le temps pour cette session. Madame la Présidente, honorables membres du comité, chers partenaires, nous allons avoir une pause déjeuner d'1 heure de temps. Donc, je pense qu'on pourrait reprendre les travaux à 14h15. Pour ce soir, nous aurons encore 3 séquences. La première, c'est la table ronde sur le thème de la journée de l'enfant africain de 2026, qui sera sur garantir l'accès universel à l'eau, à l'assainissement et à l'hygiène pour chaque enfant en Afrique. Et ensuite, nous aurons la conversation avec l'envoyé spécial de l'Union africaine sur les enfants et touchés par les conflits armés, son Excellence l'ambassadeur Geneba, qui a été là avec nous au cours de la cérémonie d'ouverture. Ça va être vraiment, en fait, pour nous, d'avoir des informations sur son mandat qui est vraiment très important et qui est lié au travail que nous faisons ici en tant que comité. Et enfin, on aura la présentation du rapport sur l'évaluation de la deuxième phase de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2040 pour une Afrique digne des enfants, qui nous sera présenté par le professeur Franz ici présent. Donc, vous voyez que ce soir encore, nous aurons vraiment beaucoup de choses à discuter et beaucoup de discussions où vous êtes vraiment invités à prendre part. Donc, avant d'autres informations, c'est par rapport au déjeuner qui est servi au même endroit. Et nous invitons les membres du comité et les chefs de délégation à se rendre dans un endroit. Les collègues vont vous guider là où vous devez vous rendre pour le déjeuner. Et je rappelle encore pour ceux qui sont arrivés hier et aujourd'hui et qui ont besoin de visa à l'arrivée, ou du moins qui ont eu la lettre pour le visa à l'arrivée, merci de déposer votre passeport avec les collègues au niveau du secrétariat à la porte pour qu'on puisse faire votre visa d'entrée, parce que le cachet que vous avez eu à l'aéroport n'est pas le visa. Donc, mes collègues me disent que en fait, l'information sur le déjeuner n'est pas passée. Donc, les chefs de délégation, les membres du comité, ils ont un endroit désigné pour leur déjeuner. Donc, les collègues du secrétariat vont vous y conduire et les OSC ont aussi un endroit ici à côté pour leur déjeuner. Donc, en vous souhaitant un très bon appétit, et nous allons reprendre comme prévu à 14h15. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Can you see this? So don't zoom. Zambia Kuchalo. You should not zoom.
Madame Salom. Bakuti babwele sinzaoneka. Oh.
Okay.
decided to build 2, 1, 2. Two, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Way better. 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. 'Okay. Two, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Oh, you're in the shop, There's nothing. Or it's a bit.
Yes. It's off. How can I tell you?
This aside.
This one is doing the same thing.
Sinan, dibia ka on the side, dibia ma, Fatima. Coffee, who's at the pit? What's at the pit? No.
No. They,
We are.
So that's okay. There you go. 1. Okay, yeah, team again. That's fine. 2.
It's a shop. It's a. Two. 2, 1, 2.
2.
1 2 1 2.
Yena ntse le on. Ke se ntse le on.
Rinkas Portuguese.
Huh?
Come on, Rinkas Portuguese.
Oh. All right. One, two, 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 two. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2.
Non, 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 c'est pas lui. World Vision, là, ça a changé. Il faut donner le nouveau nom. Non, là-bas, c'est sûr.
Dear honorable members, dear participants, dear children, hope you rested well and you have a good lunch. So we will continue with our program of this afternoon. We will have a panel discussion on the theme of the Day of the African Child 2026. The theme is ensuring universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child in Africa. And this panel will have a very important and a diversity of presentations and participations coming from the representative of children, and also with the collaboration with UNICEF, with World Vision, with some specialists and experts on this team, engineer in water and sanitation, and also the representative of AU. So I hand over to Honorable Dr. Wael, the Special Rapporteur on Health. He will moderate this panel. You have the floor, Dr. Wael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Committee Chair and members, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of member states, distinguished participants, our dear children, the crown of our continent's aspirations and the guardians of its tomorrow, all protocols duly observed. Our esteemed panelists, Mr. Francis Mtitu, Water Resources Advisor of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy Directorate, Dr. Laila Omar Gad, UNICEF representative to the African Union and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mrs. Nthabizang Mukabuli, Chief Water and Sanitation Engineer, Minister of Natural Resources, Kingdom of Lesotho, Ms. Akinbo Shilwa, Child Representative, Nigeria, Mr. Tolang Ngakana, World Vision International. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome you to this panel discussion on the theme of the Day of the African Child 2026, ensuring universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child in Africa. Each year on 16 June, the African Union and its member states commemorate the Day of the African Child, a solemn occasion to reaffirm our collective commitment to the rights, protection, and well-being of Africa's children. In 2026, the day's observance is closely aligned with the African Union theme of the year. This theme and this panel come at a pivotal moment for our continent, with the African Union theme of the year 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. Africa is placing renewed emphasis on water and sanitation, not merely as development sectors, but as foundational pillars for sustainable growth, human dignity, and social transformation. In advancing this vision and continental priority, African leaders have already taken concrete steps to support the operationalization of the theme throughout the year. An implementation framework has been put in place to ensure a coordinated continental approach, including the launch of the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy, a strategic framework aligned with Agenda 2063, to guide water governance, infrastructure investment, and sanitation improvements across member states. In this regard, water is no longer viewed only as a natural resource. It is a strategic asset for the future of our continent, and most importantly, for its children. The selection of this theme by the committee during its 46th ordinary session and its endorsement by the African Union Executive Council at its 39th ordinary session held on 14 February 2026 underscores a clear and urgent message. Children must be at the center of Africa's water and sanitation agenda. Distinguished participants, this theme could not have come at a more critical time. Despite Africa's significant water endowment, access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene services remain deeply unequal. Millions of children, particularly those in rural areas, informal settlements, and humanitarian settings, continue to face daily challenges in accessing these basic services. These challenges are further exacerbated by climate change, rapid urbanization, environmental degradation, and conflict. The consequences are profound for children today and for future generations. Limited access to WASH services contributes directly to preventable diseases, malnutrition, school absenteeism, and child mortality, while reinforcing cycles of inequality and vulnerability. From a human rights perspective, access to water, sanitation, and hygiene is not optional. It is fundamental to the realization of children's rights as enshrined in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. It's intrinsically linked to a wide range of rights, including the rights to health, education, protection, dignity, and to life, survival, and development. Ensuring universal access to WASH services is therefore both a legal obligation of state parties and a prerequisite for achieving broader continental commitments, including Agenda 2063 and Africa's Agenda for Children 2040. Distinguished participants, the Day of the African Child has over the years served as a powerful platform for dialogue, accountability, and collective action. It is a space where governments, children, civil society partners, and other concerned actors come together, not only to reflect, but also to recommit and act. Today's panel is an important step in that direction. It aims to foster forward-looking dialogue, share experiences and good practices, and identify concrete pathways to advance child-responsive WASH systems across the continent. I'm particularly pleased that this panel brings together a diverse and representative group of stakeholders. It reflects the multi-actor approach required to advance child rights by bringing together child themselves as rights holders and advocates, alongside representatives of government, the African Union, civil society organizations, and partners from the UN system. This diversity of perspectives is essential to ensuring that our discussions are grounded, inclusive, and oriented toward practical and sustainable solutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in today's discussions, I encourage all of us to move beyond identifying challenges and instead focus on solutions, partnerships, and actionable commitments. Achieving universal access to WASH for every child in Africa will require coordinated efforts, sustained investment, and strong political will. In this regard, this panel forms part of the broader preparations for the commemoration of the Day of the African Child 2026. It serves as a call to action to all stakeholders and member states to engage actively in the commemoration and, more importantly, to ensure it translates into concrete and sustained actions before, during, and after the day. This includes strengthening efforts to support governments and empower children so that commitments made are implemented effectively and lead to tangible improvements in the lives of children across the continent. Above all, it will require that we place children, their rights, their needs, and their voices at the center of our efforts. I thank you and wish us fruitful deliberations. I now have the honor to declare this panel officially open. I would like to invite the Secretariat to make the first presentation on the Day of the African Child 2026 concept note and provide an overview of the theme. Ms. Awatif Mahjoub. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wael, Honorable Committee members, Excellencies, distinguished representative of Member State and participant, esteemed panelists. In my presentation, I will present the concept note for the Day of the African Child 2026 and provide an overview of this year's theme, including its rationale, a key component, and the main recommendation made to Member States to guide them toward the commemoration of the theme this year. So the Day of the African Child was established in 1991 by the Assembly of Heads of State and Governments of then the Organization of the African Unity, to be commemorated annually on the 16th of June to pay tribute to the 1976 student uprising in Soweto, South Africa, where children demonstrated against the poor quality of education and demanded the right to education in their own language. And many lost their lives in that struggle. So the committee has been spearheading the commemoration of the Day of the African Child since 2002. Each year, the committee identifies a theme that reflects pressing challenges affecting children across the continent, ensuring that this is done through consultation with children and the stakeholders. For this year, for 2026, during its 46th ordinary session, the committee adopted the theme, ensuring universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child in Africa. This theme was endorsed by the Executive Council of the African Union during its 48th ordinary session, last February 2026. In this regard, the selection of the 2026 theme is not in isolation. It is closely aligned with the African Union theme of the year on assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2026. The committee's decision to focus on water, sanitation, and hygiene is grounded in the recognition that access to wash is essential for children's survival, development, and overall well-being. Through this theme and by aligning the Day of the African Child with this broader continental agenda, the committee seeks to highlight the specific implication of water and security and to ensure that children's rights are placed at the center of ongoing continental efforts on water and sanitation. In preparation of this commemoration, the committee has developed a concept note on the theme to guide member states and partners on the objective of the expected outcomes of the theme. The concept note was shared with all member states, all AU liaison offices, civil society organizations, and it is also available on the committee website. The concept note outlines the rational key objective and key component of the theme and identifies the measures that should be undertaken at national and regional level to commemorate the theme. More importantly, it provides a framework for action, ensuring that the commemoration goes beyond symbolic activities and contributes to concrete progress in the realization of children's rights regarding this theme in the context of the theme of the year. So the rationale behind the selection of the year theme is grounded in a number of critical and interconnected challenges affecting children across the continent. Although Africa is endowed with significant water resources, the continent is facing increasing and interconnected water security challenges driven by rapid population growth, urbanization, and rising demand for water and sanitation services. Despite the progress that was noted, more inequalities persist, particularly between urban and rural area, with significant gaps in access to safely managed water and sanitation services. In many communities, girls continue to spend considerable time collecting water, with direct implication for education, health, and protection. So this pressure have a severe impact on children, affecting their health, nutrition, education, protection, and overall development. In this context, ensuring universal access to wash is both a development priority and a human rights obligation as reflected in the African Children's Charter. It is also essential to achieve broader continental and global commitment, including with the Agenda 2040 and Agenda 63 and the Sustainable Development Goals. So the selection of this team ensures that children's rights and needs are firmly positioned within the African Union continental priority on water and sanitation, bringing a child-centered perspective into the broader policy agenda. So the objective, in light of this challenge, the concept note sets out clear objective to guide the commemoration and ensure it translates its translation into a concrete action. The objective and the overall objective of the DAC 2026 is to mobilize political commitment, resources, coordinated action across Africa to ensure equitable, safe, and sustainable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for every child, in line with the state's obligation under the Charter and other relevant frameworks. Also, the team has specific objective, including to raise awareness of WASH as an essential right, as an essential rights issue for children, and highlight its interdependence and with health, education, nutrition, and protection. Mobilize political will within African states and regional institutions to accelerate policies, budgets, and accountability mechanisms that achieve universal access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene for children. Promote child participation and ensure inclusion of vulnerable groups, including girls, children with disabilities, and children from rural and informal settlement, communities, and displaced children in WASH strategies and interventions. Promote accountability and strengthen integration of WASH child-centered policies and budget, including health, education, nutrition, and other and climate adaptation strategies. So this team is, the concept note also speaks to the normative foundation of the team. This team is firmly grounded in international and regional human rights law. Access to safe drinking water and sanitation was formally recognized as human rights by the United Nations General Assembly in 2010. Before that, it wasn't explicitly recognized. So in 2010, it was recognized, and this recognition was also reaffirmed by the Human Rights Council. The normative content of these rights was elaborated in the General Comment number 15 of the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights on Article 11 and 12 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which clarify that the right to water is an essential component of both the right to health and the right to an adequate standard of living, and also it adds the wording about an adequate standard of living to the discussion on the right to water, and adds the notion itself of the adequate water. Within the general comment also further provide a definition on the right to water, and also a definition to the right to sanitation, while there is no definition of hygiene, the right to hygiene, but the right to hygiene is not, even it's not recognized as a separate human rights. However, it is firmly embedded within the normative content of several recognized rights, particularly the right to water and sanitation and health. So recognizing this, in addition to this international recognition, there is regional also recognition of the right to water, including the CRC and the African Children's Charter in Article 14, which requires states to promote hygiene, education, and environmental sanitation as part of their obligation to protect children's health. Also ensuring access to hygiene services and practices forms an integral element of states' duty to realize the human rights to water. In addition, key human rights instruments, including the Convention on the Right to the Child, as already mentioned, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, place clear obligation on states to ensure access to clean water and sanitation, particularly for vulnerable groups. Also at the regional level, as I mentioned, the Children's Charter explicitly recognized the right to water and sanitation in Article 14 under the right to health, but also other instruments such as the Maputo Protocol and the Kampala Convention further reinforce this obligation. This legal framework are also complemented by soft law standards, including General Comment number 15, which clarifies the normative content of the right to water, but also the handbook of the UN Special Rapporteur on the human rights to safe drinking water and sanitation on realizing the human rights to water and sanitation. The African Charter on Human Rights and People also was interpreted by the African Commission, the Commission of Banjul, in its interpretation of Article 16 on health and Article 24 provides also an additional legal basis for the protection of the rights to water in its guidelines on the right to water in Africa. This also was supported by key policies frameworks, including the Agenda 2040, Agenda 2063, and also the Africa Water Vision, just launched by the African Union during its last summit and its policy. And also the Sustainable Development Goals, which provide guidance for implementation. Together, this framework established that ensuring access to wash is a binding obligation on states, requiring sustained, inclusive, and coordinated action to achieve universal universal access, particularly for children and vulnerable groups. Furthermore, the concept note also speaks to the state obligation, it outlines the obligation of state in ensuring the realization of children's rights to water, sanitation and hygiene, in line with the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child, as clarified by the committee in its general comment number 5 on state obligation, which provide that state parties are required to take all necessary legislative and administrative and budgetary measures to ensure the effective implementation of all rights under the Charter. So these obligations are understood under three key dimensions: the obligation to respect, obligation to protect, and the obligation to fulfill children's rights. So for obligation to respect requires states to refrain from interfering with existing access to water and sanitation. This means, for example, that states should not take action that disturb or limit access without providing safe and adequate alternative. Second, obligation to protect requires states to regulate and monitor third parties, including private actors, to ensure that they do not undermine access to wash services. The obligation to fulfill requires states to take proactive measures such as building infrastructure, adopting policies, and allocating resources to ensure that all children can effectively enjoy these rights. Importantly, these rights remain the primary duty, states remain the primary duty bearer, regardless of whether services are delivered by public or private actors. The general comment also further emphasizes that these obligations apply equally to all rights and must be implemented in a comprehensive and integrated manner, with particular attention to the most vulnerable and marginalized children. While implementing, during implementation, even implementation may be progressive, states are expected to demonstrate concrete and measurable progress and cannot justify inaction based on resource constraints. The concept note also provides an overview on the core component of adequate wash. So, next slide, please. Yeah. The adequacy of wash and for children requires 5 key interrelated dimensions and core normative. elements applicable in all circumstances. First, the availability. Children, which means children must have a sufficient and continuous supply of safe water for drinking, hygiene, and daily needs. Also, accessibility. Water and sanitation here facilities must be physically accessible, safe, and within reasonable distance, including for children with disability and those in vulnerable contexts. Third, the quality and safety, which mean water must be free from any contamination, and sanitation system must ensure safe waste management to prevent disease. The fourth is the affordability, which means that the cost of wash services should not compromise the ability of families to meet their essential needs. And the fifth is the accessibility, which means services must be culturally appropriate and ensure dignity, privacy, and safety, particularly for girls. Next, please. So these interrelated dimensions should guide policy development, planning, budgeting, and service delivery. Achieving universal access, therefore, requires state to adopt right-based, inclusive, and sustainable measures that prioritize children in vulnerable situations, including those living in rural area, informal settlement, humanitarian context, and climate-affected regions. So, to achieve universal access to wash, all these elements must be guaranteed. Next, please. The implementation of WASH must be guided by the core child rights principle as the best interest of the child by ensuring this child-centered policies. The principle of non-discrimination requires state to prioritize children who are the most marginalized, including those living in poverty, rural area, conflict setting, and children with disability. The best interest of the child, as I mentioned, must be the primary consideration in all the decisions and the measures undertaken. Child participation also must be equally important. Children must be informed. They have the right to access to information, must be informed, must be consulted and involved in the planning and the designation of policies and be involved in decisions that affect them, including the design, monitoring also of WASH services. Finally, we must consider that the rights of future generation by ensuring that WASH systems are sustainable and resilient to challenges such as climate change and conflict. In addition to this, the four key principles, the principle of indivisibility and interdependence of children's rights further highlights why WASH must be addressed as a cross-cutting priority, as all the rights recognized under the African Children's Charter are indivisible, interdependent, and mutually reinforcing, meaning that they must be implemented in a comprehensive and integrated manner. Children's rights are indivisible and WASH cross-cutting as it's underpins health, education, protection, and development, requiring integrated, as I said, integrated and child-centered approach. This was clarified by the committee in its general comment number 5 on the Article 1 on state obligation. There is no hierarchy among rights, and states are required to take all necessary measures, legislative, administrative, and budgetary, to realize all rights for every child. So, next, please. As I said, it's this WASH is linked and can undermine all the children's rights, including health, survival, nutrition, education, protection, and especially also children with disability. Next, please. So as part of the commemoration of the Day of the African Child, the committee will organize a series of activities aimed at promoting meaningful child participation and advancing dialogue on WASH. This will include, and as the practice before, it will include sessions, training session for children for 2 days, which will be held with children to strengthen their understanding of the charter, the committee, and also to equip them and to engage effectively and engage directly with policymakers through an intergenerational dialogue and child-led panels. The process will will culminate in an official outcome statement by children calling for concrete action to ensure universal access to WASH for every child in Africa, which will be also disseminated to and transmitted to all member states. Next, please. As you may see from the picture from the previous commemoration of the Day of the African Child, which was held in Malawi, which reflecting the 2-day session and the main day of the commemoration, bringing together children from across the continent and the country. Next, please. So the concept note also to support the implementation of the DAC team, the committee has identified key area on action for member states covering legal policy, services delivery, and accountability dimension, including legislative and policy measures, safety, equality, and environment protection. All this you can access them in the concept note. As I said, it's already on the website. So under each, the committee under each area provided clear guidance to member states on how to implement and or how to protect children's rights to WASH. And so the committee also in the concept note annexed member states and partners are invited actually to report on the national and regional activity undertaken to commemorate the Day of the African Child, and the template for reporting is also annexed to the concept note. So the committee look forward to your support in promoting the children's rights and also to support member states and in the commemoration of the day. By providing, facilitating national and sub-regional events and awareness-raising activity, policy dialogue, and other initiatives in collaboration with member states, civil society organization, UN agency, and relevant stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. It's my honor to present Mr. Francis Mtitu, Water Resources Advisor, Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy, for a 10-minute speak, please. If he's online available with us. Is he available with us?
Thank you, moderator. I'm available online. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Thank you in advance for respecting the 10-time period. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly confirm if my presentation
10 minutes.
is visible.
Not yet. Could you start during we are preparing your slides, please?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm stepping in on behalf of the Director of Sustainable Environment and the Blue Economy to share a snapshot about the theme of the year on water and sanitation. As introduced, my name is Francis Mtitu. I'm the Technical Advisor on Water Management and Investment at the African same time, the African Union, in coordination with AMCA, which is the African Ministers' Council on Water and Sanitation, we held a consultation meeting in the northern sub-region, which was aiming at of seeking inputs from member states to provide their inputs and priority areas for focusing in the first implementation plan for the vision and the policy. So this one was for the Northern Africa, which was held in Morocco.
Thank you for wrapping up in the next half a minute.
Okay. So as you can see, we have a specific theme throughout the year, which will be looking on different aspects that is within the theme of the year. And here it's most important to note that we are looking water across different sectors that you see. There is a month which is focusing water for food security. There is a month which is focusing water for regional cooperation. Just to wind up, I wanted to wind up my presentation by sharing with the participants that water is really important for Africa transformation. The economic transformation that's well articulated in the Agenda 2063 depends much on well-managed water resources, availability of water supply, and proper sanitation and system. And also water security and safe sanitation is also important for healthy Africa, for food system, for energy. And to achieve the Agenda 2063, to achieve the sustainable development goals, it's really important that water and sanitation needs to be given a high priority. With these few slides, allow me to say thank you very much for listening, and I'm still available to respond to any comments or questions that might be coming from the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Titu. Now I call Dr. Laila Omar Gad from the UNICEF representative to AU and UNICA. Please, it's your floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start off by repeating a quote from Her Majesty the Queen yesterday. She said that water is life. And I would like to also quote the commissioner, the AU commissioner on RB, who said also that sanitation is dignity. Therefore, water and sanitation as a theme of the year is about survival and thriving. It is very difficult to imagine why this was not selected as a theme of the year earlier, particularly if we look at some of the statistics. Some colleagues have indicated some of the statistics, but just to bring it a bit closer home, 1 in 3 Africans do not have access to basic water. 1 in 2 Africans do not have access to safe sanitation. That's the bulk of the population in Africa. And particularly vulnerable are children, women. So in my presentation today, in my discussion today, I don't have a formal presentation. I will share what some of the proven solutions that UNICEF has done. As you all know, we work very closely with governments at the central level, at the local government level, to ensure that there is access to safe and water and sanitation in vital infrastructure. So for example, in health facilities, in schools. We have seen that in a number of countries, a woman who goes to deliver a child at a health facility in a hospital is requested to bring the water with her. And the number of women who die of maternal sepsis because of unsafe access to water during delivery is unacceptable in the 21st century. The number of girls who go to school but cannot continue going to school because they do not have access to gender-segregated latrines is something that is also not acceptable. The number of girls who miss out on school and who compromise their ability to conclude their education because of menstrual hygiene issues is also unacceptable. So in addition to providing the foundational work in terms of access to supporting the infrastructure, the basic infrastructure for water and sanitation, over the years, UNICEF has adopted a number of best practices. So, in terms of WASH in schools, UNICEF has adopted what is called a three-star approach. Through the three-star approach, UNICEF aims to work with governments to improve WASH facilities and hygiene behavior, recognizing that it is important to adopt a gradual approach. So some of the key best practices include, as I mentioned, the gender segregated facilities, but also encouraging group hand washing in schools, particularly at critical times, such as before school meals. UNICEF also works very closely to ensure that there is inclusivity, so that designing WASH facilities that are accessible to children through including ramps, wider doorways, appropriate handrails, and ensure that children can benefit from safe and hygienic environments. Menstrual hygiene management, integrating menstrual hygiene management into school WASH programs to ensure that girls understand menstrual hygiene and that families and school administrations are able to support girls during their periods. Early childhood is one of the most critical periods where children are the most vulnerable due to poor or inaccessible water and sanitation facilities. Therefore, we have implemented what is called Baby WASH. And Baby WASH focuses on reducing the exposure of infants and young children under 5 to fecal contamination. Some of the key best practices in Baby WASH include the safe disposal of child feces. There are some notions and perceptions that child feces is harmless. In fact, through raising awareness of the implications of contamination through child feces, it is important to raise this awareness through schools, through parents, through clinics. UNICEF also works on promoting protective play environments, because by creating clean and safe play areas, because children under 5 do a lot of crawling and therefore are impacted by contaminated areas. Again, emphasizing hand washing for caregivers and children, and integration with nutrition programs, linking Baby WASH with nutrition programs addresses the interconnectedness of WASH and child health. In nutrition, under a holistic approach, adopting a holistic approach, WASH and nutrition, some of the best practices include targeting malnutrition hotspots, where prioritizing WASH interventions in areas with high rates of wasting and stunting ensures that the resources are directed where they are most needed. Household water treatment and hygiene kits, availing hygiene kits for malnourished children. UNICEF WASH programs also focus on climate resilient and conflict-sensitive WASH. In some of the best practices in climate resilience, implementing solutions such as solar-powered water systems and flood-proof latrines and comprehensive water safety planning helps communities adapt to climate change impacts. And conflict sensitivity. As you may be aware, that children in conflict-affected areas are much more impacted by inavailability of WASH facilities. So children in conflict-affected areas are 2 times lacking in safe drinking water than the average population. They are 3 times more likely to die from diseases related to unsafe water and sanitation. And for children under 5 years of age, that increases to 20 times more. So UNICEF adopts a WASH for Peace program where we avail WASH and dignity kits to the populations in settlements, but also ensuring that there is a management of the limited water and sanitation resources in conflict-affected areas so that these even limited facilities are available to all and no one is excluded. Social and behavior change is critical to ensuring that water and sanitation to promote hygiene, positive hygiene behavior. And that includes through hand washing, as mentioned earlier, but also by ensuring that child participation that children are involved and that children as agents of change.
Thank you for wrapping up in the next minute.
Yes. A couple of recommendations for the committee to consider. One of the challenges that face member states is lack of adequate data, particularly at the subnational level. And it is as members of the committee engage with member states, particularly on the reporting, it is important to bring up the significance of reporting on water and sanitation. There are a number of very high burden countries, and through the engagement with the member states, it is possible to highlight the focus on water and sanitation. There is, in July this year, as you know, the annual high-level political forum for sustainable development. And this year, one of the focal areas is water and sanitation. Out of the 36 countries reporting, 19 are from Africa. It is an opportunity to highlight to bring on board the political commitment of these countries. And finally, At the end of this year, in November 2026, there will be the water conference in the United Arab Emirates. It may be an opportunity to consider a side event by the committee to highlight the impact of water and sanitation on children and what are some of the best practices that can be incorporated. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Dr. Laila Gad. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Ntabizang Mukabuli, Chief Water and Sanitation Engineer, Minister of Natural Resources, Kingdom of Lesotho. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Before I start my discussion, allow me to explain how are we dealing with WASH within the water sector in Lesotho. Because the initiatives that I'm going to talk about, some of them happen through the collaboration and the efforts of other institutions, not an individual institution. So within the water sector, we have a WASH Technical Working Group, which consists of members from government departments, NGOs, civil societies, academia, development partners, and UN agencies. So the technical working group is being coordinated under the Ministry of Natural Resources, under the Office of Commissioner of Water, where I am from. In actual fact, I'm the one who is coordinating the team. So we do have several projects that the aim is to increase the access of water within the country, but I will only talk about two initiatives because they are directed to children. We have developed WASH in Schools guidelines. And we also have Metsi a Lesotho Rural WASH project. These two initiatives, they are already scaled up nationwide, and they are targeting the most remote places within the country. The WASH school guidelines, they are based on the UNICEF 3-star approach. And it was the effort of this team that I have talked about that these guidelines were developed through the financial support from UNICEF. And they are focusing on the inclusive access, ensuring that children with disabilities also benefit through these guidelines. And they are aiming their aims is to guarantee that every learner has safe drinking water, adequate sanitation and hygiene facilities across the country. The Metsi a Lesotho Rural WASH project is targeting 250 rural communities, 125 schools, and 15 health facilities. They are also located in the hard-to-reach areas within the country. And the focus here is the construction and rehabilitation of wash infrastructure, being toilets, water supply systems, and hand washing stations. The aim is to improve health outcomes, school attendance, and dignity for children, especially for girls. The experience of the government out of this is, as a government, we have learned that equitable wash access for children requires embedding the inclusion standards into national policies, and also to prioritize underserved areas and scaling the already existing best practice up casually through community engagement and partnership for sustainability. Because we have realized that the approach will help us to ensure that every child, whether in the rural village or school in Maseru, at the urban areas, or living with disability, can access safe water, sanitation, and hygiene services. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the speech and for saving us some minutes. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Akimbo Shilu, child representative from Nigeria, to give us kindly the child perspective in this issue.
Your Majesty, the Queen, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all child representatives present. My name is Meshila Akimbo Asime. I am 10 years old. I am child representative from West Africa. I am from Nigeria. I am here to talk on water, sanitation, and hygiene, which means wash. Water, sanitation, and hygiene access is very important for children's rights. Health, proper wash prevents disease and malnutrition and other sickness. Education, safe facilities, boost schools attendance, especially for girls. Protection, reduce risks for exploitation abuse. For example, some children don't have access to clean water in their communities, and they have to trek far from their homes before getting water from stream. However, some of these girls can be kidnapped, abused, and taken as bride. This is not good at all, but can be seen as part of child early marriage and other harmful practices. Child early marriage is a significant issue in Nigeria, with many girls getting married before 18. These practices have several consequences. 1. Education disrupt. Girls often dropped out from school. 2. Health risks. Early pregnancy and childbirth complications. 3. Poverty cycle. Limited economic opportunities. Nigeria laws. 1. Child Rights Act sets 18 as the minimum marriage age. 2. Violence Against Person Prohibition Act criminalize child marriage. Efforts to combat. 1. Awareness campaign sensitizing communities. 2. Girls' education promoting schooling and scholarship. 3. Support service providing help for victims. Child early marriage and other harmful practices affecting the girl child in Nigeria. Child early marriage refers to the practice of marrying off a girl before she turns 18. In West Africa and Nigeria, this unfortunate reality persists in many communities, driven by cultural norms, poverty, and a lack of education. This practice is detrimental because girls aren't physically, emotionally, or mentally prepared for marriage. It not only impairs their future, but also hinders the progress of the nation as a whole. Main effect of child early marriage. 1. Education disruption. When a girl gets married early, her education often comes to a stop. Without education, she struggles to compete for decent jobs. Education is the key to success, but early marriage locks that door for the girl child. 2. Poverty cycle. An uneducated girl often finds it hard to earn a decent living. She relies on her husband, and her children may also face poverty. Early marriage doesn't break the cycle of poverty. It keeps it going. 3. Losses of childhood. Instead of enjoying her childhood, she becomes a wife, a mother. Early marriage robs girls of their childhood. 4. Gender equality. This situation highlights how girls are often reviewed as less valuable than boys. While boys are encouraged to pursue education, girls are pushed towards marriage. It fosters inequality and hinders women's progress in society. Other harmful practices affecting the girl child. 1. Child labor affects education. 2. Trafficking puts girls in high risk. 3. Denial of education restrict their future opportunities. These harmful practices are collectively safely and potential of the girl child. Solutions. 1. Awareness campaign. Educate communities about the risks associated with early marriage. 2. Girl child education. Girls who are educated are less likely to marry young. 3. Law enforcement. The government needs to hold accountable those who violate the law. 4. Economic support. Assist low-income families so they don't feel complete to marry off their daughters for financial reasons. Counseling. Child marriage is detrimental not just to the girl but also to our family and the nation. By safeguarding the girl child, we are paving the way for a brighter future for West Africa and Nigeria. Empower a girl and you empower a nation. Neglect her and you jeopardize the future. African Union should please enforce it. Recommendation to the government includes implementing laws that make access to clean water accessible to all and those in communities. Improve funding for child protection. Education on wash in schools and sanitation where necessary. Address issues affecting girl child in Nigeria, affecting girl child on early marriage and other harmful practices. Recommendation to the ASEC includes creating awareness on water, sanitation, and hygiene, which means wash. Organizing campaigns against harmful traditional practice, supporting the member states more on wash issues. Recommendation to partners: improve funding for child protection, address emerging health challenges involving child participation. I call on all governments, parents, schools, and communities to join hands in protecting every African child. We must ensure that every child is safe, every child is given the opportunity to achieve their dreams. Child are not just leaders of tomorrow, but are the leaders of today, and we need support now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I cannot but admire your enthusiasm and decisiveness of a future politician. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to present Mr. Tolang Ngakana from the World Vision International to present the NGO perspective. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished members. My name is Tolang Ngakana, I'm from World Vision International Lesotho. I will take you through the role of civil society in advancing children's rights to wash in Africa. So let me just start by saying the second presentation from our AU colleagues actually expanded more on the extent of the problem that we are actually facing in Africa holistically. But just to add on that, children specifically, on the perspective of civil society, are facing high disproportionately affected areas of effects coming to the lack of access to wash services, including but not limited to preventable diseases, mostly the waterborne disease, and stunting and malnutrition. That is also a big challenge in African continent. And the school absenteeism, I think my colleague from UNICEF actually indicated in areas where actual children are affected by lack of wash coverage in school, and that causes actually school absenteeism, which ultimately affect their development in education. So I think on that situation, as civil society, we say maybe regardless and nonetheless, wash is a human right and child right. Despite all these challenges, we need to make effort because WASH is actually a human right and a child right, as my colleagues have just mentioned. And WASH is also a legal and moral obligation under our agendas 2063 and our agenda 2040. So there's no way we need to deal with this problem, which actually affect largely children because of the failure of the systems. So the role of the civil society, what are we doing as a civil society in these all the issues? We play a critical role in bringing the continental commitment like the one that I've mentioned in regional and African continent, more specifically on the areas of the rural areas and fragile contexts, including the displacement context. So we try to also to play a bridging gaps on what government actually already doing. But our message is that we need always to remember, as we are implementing and supporting our government, that WASH is fundamental for children's rights, for survival, dignity, education, and their future, as we want to generate future leaders in our continent by ensuring also access to WASH services, leaving no one behind. And also our contribution as civil society and of course, including World Vision, we expand our advocacy on policy engagement. And I have already talked about those frameworks at the regional and our African continent, but more specifically as World Vision, we are currently working with the Secretariat to expand more on the African Charter on the right and welfare of the child, Article 14 in brackets and clause C, which ensuring the provision of nutrition and safe drinking water. We want to also help the Secretariat to expand and develop general comments, because as it is, the article doesn't have much detail to work on. So in order to be implemented, there should be more details on how. As civil society also, we are engaging more in community engagement, child participation. What we also have seen on the lens of civil society is that the problem is there, but we can't solve it without inclusion of the community and specifically the children by themselves into the situation. And we are also strengthening the delivery of the systems for WASH services in order to attain WASH coverage and expedite the reach into our SDGs. We also hold the government accountable. I think my colleague from government also mentioned that in the committees that they develop, civil society is part of the committees. So the essence there is to also to hold the government accountable. And we are also trying by all means to make sure that WASH services implemented by civil society actually reach even including those who are marginalized. We have talked about even the disabilities and other marginalized population. That is also our role to make sure that we include them into the to service coverage. The other important area that we are also doing is to amplify the voices of the children into the services that they need to actually get. You have heard from my colleague here, the voices are very strong from the side of the children because they need these services so that they become leader, the future leader like us. So maybe just to expand on the extent of the support and coverage that we have done as World Vision in the African continent from the 2021 to 2025, which is our last year, our past strategic focus. We managed to provide basic water into 12.5 million people, but including 7.5 billion children, because in our areas we focus more on the children also. On the basic sanitation, we provided 11 million people and including 6.6 million children. On the basics hygiene, we provided 13 million people, including 1.8 million children. So what we are also seeing as civil society is that we need to become more strong and make WASH priority, and we are happy for this kind of discussion because we are going to be able to accelerate universal and adequate WASH services and also to provide most vulnerable. As I've mentioned, we are focusing also those who are left behind. And also we need to strengthen our WASH governance, including financial systems, and advance climate resilience and inclusive WASH solutions, in particular in schools, because that is the area where most children are actually available. And we also try to demonstrate impact in all intervention, because without showing impact, we can't actually be able to plan well and reach those who are left behind. So in concluding, I just want to emphasize that while we are talking about WASH, we are, as civil society organization, we actually focusing on leaving no one behind, and that begins with ours, not denying children the services on WASH. Also, we need to ensure that we articulate and implement our frameworks as planned from the region and in our local government and countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as we conclude today's deliberations, it is clear that the discussion before us is no longer about recognizing challenges, but about exercising leadership and responsibility. The well-being of Africa's children demands deliberate choices, sustained commitment, and concrete results. The exchanges during this panel have highlighted the imperative of aligning continental ambitions with national action, ensuring that water and sanitation priorities are reflected not only in policies, but in planning, financing, and delivery at the community level. In this regard, I invite member states to accelerate the integration of child-focused considerations into water and sanitation strategies, to strengthen institutional coordination and to direct resources where the needs are greatest, particularly for children living in conditions of vulnerability and exclusion. I also encourage partners, regional institutions, and civil society to maintain strong collaboration with governments, to support innovation, reinforce accountability, and accompany countries as they move from commitment to implementation. As we look ahead to the commemoration of the Day of the African Child 2026, let us ensure that this engagement marks a turning point, one defined by decisiveness, partnership, and measurable progress for children across the continent. Allow me to borrow a useful framing shared by Dr. Laila Gad, the three-star approach. In our context, however, we choose to focus on one guiding star, the African child. Let that be the reference point for our policies, our budgets, and our delivery. I thank you for your valued participation. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the chairperson of the ACERWC for this opportunity. This concludes my role as moderator for this session, and I now have the honor to hand the floor back to you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wael, for the way that you moderate this panel. Allow me also to thank all the speakers, and we noted your recommendations, all the recommendations, and especially the recommendations of Ms. Akimbo. A big clap to you, Ms. Akimbo. So, before we end, we close this session or this panel, and we have here, we can, on the behalf of the members of the committee, allow me to express a warm welcome to the delegation that they just joined us, the delegation of Mozambique, and
we have also the delegation of Burundi and the Hon Deputy Minister of Liberia. So we can say better later than never. So your physically presence here is highly appreciated, and it enriches our discussion. Now we can close this session, so we have another program. Thank you another time, Honorable Wael. Okay. Now we continue with the next program. We have a very essential and important issue that we will discuss with the AU Special Envoy for Children Affected by Armed Conflict. You can join the podium, Excellency, yes, with Honorable Robert also, Your Excellency Jainaba Jain, and Honorable Roberts, the Special Rapporteur on armed conflicts, child protection and armed conflicts. Good. So in my capacity as chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and on the behalf of the members of the committee, I have the honor to open this panel dedicated to the protection of children affected by armed conflict. We are gathered today not only to reflect on the implementation of Article 22 of the Charter with the collaboration with Her Excellency Ambassador Jainaba and also the Special Rapporteur, Honorable Robert, but also to address related or cross-cut parameters related including sexual violence, as well as other cross-cutting issues such as mental health, exploitation, family reparation. And in this regard, I also wish to highlight the important role of the committee's special mechanism, in particular the Special Rapporteur on Children in Armed Conflict, in monitoring violations, promoting accountability, and strengthening advocacy at both national and continental level. So our shared objective is to identify concrete, measurable, and coordinated actions to strengthen protection, ensure reintegration, guarantee access to justice for child victims, and mobilize sustained political commitment from member states. So I hand over the moderation of this panel to Honorable Robert, the Special Rapporteur. So you have the floor is yours, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think our child representative kept us awake. She brought life back to the room. So I'm requesting to use some of those deposits that you still have for the next couple of minutes. It's a great honor to have you, Ambassador Jainaba. If I would say something small before we start the conversation. For a long while, we had been requesting and praying for the appointment of a special envoy. Because, yes, we are not short of technical support. We appreciate our principles, but there's always that political touch, that political move that we need, that kind of political advocacy that was missing. So we requested and prayed and reiterated the reiteration. At one point, we reiterated the reiteration of the reiteration. And lo and behold, at the last session of the summit, we now have a special envoy appointed. So it's a great honor to have this appointment. And I believe it's going to speak volumes to ways in which we are able to take this conversation further, where we're able to have our own political clout, where we are able to have conversations in spaces that we have not been occupying. And it's a great honor to have you here. And this appointment comes at a very critical time when our children continue to face the scourge of not only the 6 grave violations, but violations even beyond the 6. Aspects such as mental health, aspects such as lack of social protection, aspects such as child marriages, which are not necessarily quantified, but they affect our children because of the lived realities that they have. So we appreciate this appointment, and we believe that it gives us a space to work together, because with 2 codes, with 3 codes, there is much more that we can do. Before I open the floor and we start the conversation, we have an appointment that's not merely political. Ambassador Jainaba brings a transnational academic and diplomatic background that has positioned her at the center of the Africa Peace and Security Governance, with a career spanning postings in Asia, in India. She has served as she has served with the African Union Peace and Security Council from 2022 to 2026, where she operated the continent's primary security decision-making body on issues of conflict prevention, protection of civilians, post-conflict stabilization. We have had sessions with her. We have visited Liberia, Mozambique, Nigeria, and she brings a great passion, which passion is very instructive in the spaces that we are getting into. She has also been the co-chair of the African Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict, which in a way signals a certain deliberate shift from generic humanitarian framing to actual ways of embedding child protection within circles which are not on human rights but security. So I think that's a very great, strong, I was going to say great, strong strength. That's great strength that she brings on board, and I believe that her appointment is not only strategic, but it's also timely. And it's with such conversations that I would like to invite her to engage the conversation with us. Before I post a couple of questions, I'll ask her to give us a few remarks, and we shall take the conversation forward. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and Mr. Moderator, distinguished members of the committee, distinguished colleagues and partners in the room. Good afternoon to you all. This is usually a notoriously difficult segment in all meetings because everybody's had lunch, they're feeling sleepy, so you don't know how much they will absorb. So at this time, and usually in panels, especially where there are rapporteurs present, I like to give a statement for clarity. And they love me for that because I just present my statement to them and they add it to their report. So I will do that first, and then we can have more detailed conversational type of engagement. So I am very honored to engage with the committee today at this important juncture as we collectively reflect on how to deepen collaboration between the Office of the Special Envoy and the committee in advancing the protection of children affected by armed conflict across our continent. And as Mr. Moderator said, this moment is both timely and strategic. The establishment of the Office of the Special Envoy reflects a clear recognition by the African Union that children affected by armed conflict require sustained, high-quality political advocacy. At the same time, the committee, as the guardians of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, provides the normative backbone, legal authority, and monitoring mechanisms necessary to ensure accountability and implementation. Our comparative advantages are therefore complementary in that the committee sets standards, monitors compliance, and interprets state obligations, whereas my office, the Special Envoy, mobilizes political will, drives advocacy, and elevates the issue at the highest levels of decision-making. So therefore, Mr. Moderator, the question before us is not whether we should work together, but how we can do so in a structured, pragmatic, and results-oriented manner. Madam Chairperson, to date, collaboration has largely been anchored in coordination and dialogue. Moving forward, we must transition towards joint programs with clearly defined outputs, shared responsibilities, and measurable impact, as you just mentioned. This includes institutionalizing collaboration between the Office of the Special Envoy and the Committee's Special Rapporteur on Children in Conflict Situations, ensuring alignment between political advocacy and normative guidance. We must align our work within the broader continental frameworks, particularly Agenda 2040 and the AU Child Protection Architecture within the AGA-APSA, to ensure coherence and sustainability. Colleagues, permit me to make a few suggestions on a few priority areas. But due to time constraints, I do promise to limit it to a few priorities. As my colleagues from Addis Ababa will tell you, in the previous engagements I have had so far, I have been told by some colleagues and some delegations that I'm inundating them with too much information. But I have told them that unfortunately I cannot limit myself, because to me everything is a priority when it comes to our children. But today I do promise to limit myself and propose that our technicians at a later date, they can delve into more detail at specialized meetings. So, priority area number 1, joint advocacy and high-level political engagements. So the first and most immediate area of collaboration is the joint high-level advocacy. The committee has developed critical normative tools, including the general comments and the model law on children affected by armed conflict. However, the challenge still remains the uptake and implementation by the member states. So the Office of the Special Envoy can amplify these instruments through 1, joint high-level missions to member states, particularly those affected by conflict, where we present a unified AU position combining legal obligations and political expectations. Over the lunch break, I have been having conversations with Honorable Robert, and again, like I said, later on we'll delve into that, or our experts can discuss that. 2, coordinated engagement with the African Union Peace and Security Council, ensuring that committee findings and recommendations directly inform peace and security deliberations. Again, whilst I was a member of the Peace and Security Council, we did have Honorable Robert come to present. 3, joint advocacy with permanent representatives and ministers, translating normative commitments into political priorities and national action. Through this approach, we bridge the gap between standard setting and enforcement. So priority area 2 is monitoring, reporting, and accountability. The second pillar of collaboration is strengthening continental monitoring and accountability mechanisms. The committee has a well-established reporting and communications procedure, while the Special Envoy's mandate includes political monitoring, field engagement, and reporting to AU policy organs. Together, we can develop, again, 1, a joint monitoring framework on children affected by armed conflict, aligned with Article 22 of the Charter and the African Union Peace and Security Reporting Systems. 2, coordinated country assessments and fact-finding missions, ensuring that findings feed both into the committee's recommendations and high-level AU advocacy. And the third one is a consolidated annual continental report on children affected by armed conflict, combining legal analysis, field data, and political recommendations for consideration by the Assembly. This will significantly enhance visibility, credibility, and accountability at continental level. Priority Area 3 is a legal and policy domestication support. So a critical gap remains the domestication of continental standards into national frameworks. While the committee has developed the model law, many member states still lack adequate legal and policy frameworks addressing children in conflict situations. So again, joint programs that we can have together, Madam Chairperson, is one, technical support missions to member states for domestication of the model law and alignment with national legislation. Again, my team in Addis Ababa discussed with one of the member states, and we'll delve into that later. Two, capacity building for government institutions, including justice, defense, and social sectors, to operationalize child protection commitments. Again, we'll delve into this later when we talk about the Banjul process and the prioritization of accountability. Three, guidance on implementation of complementary instruments, including the Safe Schools Declaration, particularly in ensuring continuity of education in conflict settings. Again, one of the flagship projects that we're going to be working on will be education in emergencies and providing statutory education in the camps. So here, the committee provides the normative tools, while the Special Envoy mobilizes political entry points and partnerships for implementation. Priority area number 4 is joint field-based programs. So our collaboration must not remain at headquarters level. It must be visible where it matters most in the lives of the children on the ground. We therefore propose joint field-based programs in priority regions, including the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and the Great Lakes. And some of my staff have decided that for safety, they will not join me on some of these errands, but I hope honorable members are braver and will join me on the ground in some of these conflict areas. So these programs should focus on prevention of grave violations, including recruitment and use of children and attacks on schools and hospitals. 2, reintegration and rehabilitation programs for children affected by armed conflicts. 3, access to education in emergencies, including through the Learning Beyond Conflict initiative. 4, mental health and psychosocial support services, which remain critically under-resourced. And such joint initiatives will demonstrate the AU's ability to translate commitments into tangible impact. Priority area number 5 would be strategic partnerships and resource mobilization. Finally, collaboration between our offices must also extend to joint partnership building and resource mobilization, as I've said. So both the committee and the Office of the Special Envoy engage in a wide range of stakeholders, including UN agencies, civil society, and development partners. And here again, like I did at the opening yesterday, I have to thank Dr. Leila Gad, who has already been so supportive. But I'm sure we can get more when we do this together. So a coordinated approach would allow us to present a unified African Union platform on children affected by armed conflict, which increases our credibility and influence. And 2, leveraging partnerships, including the United Nations Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict and key child protection actors. And I must point out that she was very dynamic and wasn't the first to reach out when the announcement was made. And 3, mobilize sustainable and predictable financing for joint programs in line with the mandate of the Special Envoy. So this is essential if we are to move beyond fragmented interventions towards a scaled continent-wide impact. So, Madam Chairperson, to ensure sustainability, our collaboration must be formalized. And I propose that we consider the development of a joint AU Special Envoy, Children Affected by Armed Conflict, and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child framework on children affected by armed conflict, outlining our priority areas, our roles, and our deliverables. And establishment of a standing coordination mechanism between our 2 offices, and regular joint reporting and review processes to track progress and adjust priorities. This will ensure that our collaboration is not ad hoc, but systematic and institutionalized. So, distinguished colleagues, I promised that I will not throw all our priorities at you, but children affected by armed conflict represents one of the most urgent moral and strategic challenges facing our continent, which is why I'm coming in with a deluge of priorities and programs and projects that we can have. So we do have the frameworks, we have the mandates, we have the institutional architecture. What is required now is coherence, coordination, and collective action. The partnership between the Office of the Special Envoy and the committee is not optional, it is indispensable. Together, we can ensure that the commitments under the Charter are not merely aspirational, but realized in the daily lives of children across the continent. Together, we can strengthen prevention, enhance accountability, and restore hope. And together, we can advance our shared vision of an Africa where no child is left behind, especially in times of conflict. Thank you. Asante sana. Shukran. Obrigada. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Colleagues, if you're clapping, clap. Thank you very much for that opening statement. Actually, it speaks volumes to some of the questions that I had. I'll give maybe one or two, and then we shall open up the floor for purposes of hearing from the rest of our colleagues. You have spoken to most of the priority areas and the vision, the 5 areas that you have spoken to. Thank you very much. And you've hinted on the role that the committee would play in terms of the formalization of the relationship, the aspect of the political advocacy, and the technical and normative mandate that we carry from this end. Could you give us some more insights on some opportunities that you feel exist to strengthen this political commitment that it's at its infancy stages in terms of the appointment among AU member states to address especially the grave violations that affect children? As you know, usually about June or July, there is a report that comes out from the Special Representative of the Secretary General on CAC, but it's usually on what has happened about a year before. What are some of those opportunities that you think we would use to strengthen our political commitments among member states to take this conversation forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we have some that we're already working on. And one, as I mentioned, that we can strengthen is the Banjul process. Now, the Banjul process is an annual statutory meeting of the African Union. And it is high level and open at ministerial level. And this year we want to ensure that we also have all the special envoys and the high level voices on the continent to add some political weight behind what the Banjul process is about. The Banjul process is one of the meetings that focuses on the child protection agenda of the continent. And we, this year, I think, are going to have it hosted by Uganda, when they chair the Peace and Security Council in July. And one of the things that I really admire about this one is the fact that they're not going to have the usual, now I'm in the situation where I'm saying this, but the usual meetings in the conference rooms. I'm saying this as we're all sitting here, but we'll actually get on the ground. They'll be taking the high-level representatives to, and now they've told me that they're not calling them refugee camps, they're calling them settlements, so that we can actually interact with the, again, they're not refugees, they're what was the name they used? Community members or something like that. I'm sure they'll correct me. And this helps raise the image of the African Union in that if you've come with us at Peace and Security Council sessions and we interact with some of these member states and at national level, the complaint that they always have is that we don't know the AU, we don't see the AU, we don't feel the AU. But projects like this, not only do they add political weight and view to what we're doing, but also ensures that those at the grassroots know what the African Union is doing for them. So this is an area where we seek your support, and we can work together to ensure that the Banjul process is given the weight and the impetus that it deserves to ensure that we have the political will behind this and for people to know what we're doing regarding the child protection agenda on the continent.
Thank you very much. You've also spoken about collaboration, which would be another question that I was going to ask, and I think you've hinted on it. You've also spoken about some of the joint engagements that would have. Perhaps in a minute or two, what do you foresee to be some of the joint outputs that we could latch on as a committee and your office going forward? I know you've hinted on it, but just a little more. Thank you.
So again, to give you a concrete example of some of these joint programs that we can have. We will be joining the High Representative of the Sudan, His Excellency Ibn Chambers, on his next mission. And where his office is going for mediation efforts, we are going for advocacy, and we'll be speaking to all the armed groups, regardless of whether they're state or non-state, to say simply that we're not here to mediate and tell you what is wrong and what is right, who is wrong and who is right, but what we're saying that during your conflict, please leave the children out of it. Whatever it is that you're doing, leave the schools, the hospitals where they need humanitarian services, leave them to have access to it, do not recruit them, and all the 6 violations, basically. So again, like I hinted at earlier, I had started the conversation with Honorable Robert, that those responsible in the different areas can come and join us on missions like this. So it is not just the Sudan, we have we'll be having some in the Sahel, and the Horn of Africa, and the Great Lakes as well. So this is an example of a joint program that we can have where we're actually on the ground in the conflict zones. And again, I hope everybody, you know, like I said, everybody has insurance. Some of my team have already said, we're not coming with you, but I'm sure you lot are not afraid to come on these missions.
Thank you very much. Interesting, Sudan was the first state that I went to for a visit, a mission. So there will not be a lot of nostalgia going back. At this moment, I'll open up the floor. I'll start with colleagues, members of the committee, for comments or questions or points of clarification that you might need. Honorable Poloko, you have the floor. Then it will be followed by Honorable Satang, in that order. Honorable Poloko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Mine is just an appreciation to the Commissioner. Thank you for the presentation. I would just like to thank you that you have education in your agenda. As the Special Rapporteur on Education, one of the hardest questions that we are often asked is, how are you going to ensure that children continue to go to school during conflicts? You know, that has been one of the hardest questions that I personally had to answer myself. And I'm glad that you thought of that in your agenda. Thank you so much. I guess we'll continue to discuss on that outside this session. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
I think we shall first hear from Honorable Satang and Honorable Joseph, then we shall give you the floor with that first round of questions. Honorable Satang, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nanima. Your Excellency, Ambassador Jenaba Jan, I wanted to start with extending again my deepest congratulations on your appointment as the AU Special Envoy. Also, where, you know, the Gambia flag, I just had to say that, from a Gambian sister as well. As already indicated, your appointment and your role is very critical, especially at this time where we know that millions of children continue to live in the shadows of instability. I know that Honorable Chair has mentioned this before during her introduction, but I also wanted to reiterate as well that as we think about armed conflict, obviously we do recognize that armed conflict obviously serves as an ultimate catalyst for violence against children. Whether, for instance, we see the collapse of the protected environment, where we've seen an increase obviously around sexual violence, around abduction, but as also highlighted as well, including harmful practices such as child marriage as well. And so when armed conflict happen and we see sexual violence weaponized, we do know that millions of children are put at risk, particularly the girl child data from UNICEF, obviously, as well as other organizations, highlights the gendered nature of these atrocities as well. And so we do welcome, again, we do welcome the priority areas and appreciate that and look forward to working with you, but also wanted to highlight, especially as we align our efforts around some of the engagement, especially in your priority areas, that issues of violence against children, particularly sexual violence, could be a priority area and an area to look into as well. Again, congratulations and thank you. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Satang. Honorable Joseph, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I also join our colleagues to congratulate Her Excellency on the appointment. I think also this is a great opportunity for us, especially in the area of Special Rapporteur for Child Justice. And that also actually look around the area of justice for child soldiers and children affected by the war. I think it will be an opportunity for us to learn from countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia and how we can take up in other countries. As I speak, there are still a lot of outstanding issues we need to look into, especially when the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions were set up and their key recommendations. How far are these countries gone with those? We need to also look into that. I thank you very much.
Honorable Anne, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Joseph.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I join my colleagues in congratulating you into the new position. Mine is sort of a comment also that I'm really impressed that part of your priorities, you're looking at reintegration of children and focus on their mental health and psychosocial support, which is very, very critical. I'll speak from a biased point of view. I'm the Special Rapporteur for Children without Parental Care, and I'm looking in an environment where there's war, there's internal displacement, people are running east, west, north, and also there's migration because they are running away from war. Within those groups, you find that we have children who have lost all their relatives, but because we are one nation, I'll take care of this child, but I don't know, we go together. So these children, you find that they've got a double blow, the experiences of the war, the torture they go through, and the loss of their relatives. There's great psychological trauma, and they really need to be taken care of, issues of psychosocial support, and also the reintegration, which you have mentioned. Yes, we're talking of care reform, but still you are still in an environment where war is still going on. What do? Do we put them in institutions? If we do put them in institutions, what type of care should we give to them pending maybe identifying a family for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Anne. Honorable, Your Excellency, I will allow you to reflect on this, and then we shall take the conversation forward.
Okay, thank you to you all. Honorable Poloka, thank you very much. So one of the things that we're working on is ensuring that we have statutory education provided in these camps or these settlements. So we have been advocating and lobbying with the member states and our partners as well to look into this, to put an ecosystem in place and to put policies in place to ensure that this is statutory. At the level of the African Union, we're establishing the African Humanitarian Agency. So we have been speaking to the permanent representatives, and we'll also speak to the Commission as well, to ensure that when they're developing the policies on the establishment of the standard operating procedures of the humanitarian agency, these are things that they take into consideration. And this is at the level of the AU. Also at the level of the UN, we have started discussing this with our partners, and this is a conversation that I'll be having with the ACERWC once I meet her, Her Excellency Vanessa, on ensuring that we have, hopefully, a resolution on this also at the United Nations Security Council, so that we don't have, this is a word that one of the ambassadors used when I met him, we don't have a lost generation. If in Sudan alone we have 15 million children that are out of school, that have no education, in the next 10 to 15 years, what is our continent going to look like? And this is in one conflict alone. And I've been told we have 50 ongoing conflicts on our continent. So how many millions are you talking about in total? My experts have said that they'll get me those figures. On our continent, let us calculate in the next 15 to 20 years, if all of these people don't have an education right now, we will not be competing globally on a socioeconomic level. So this is one of the things that we're trying to campaign for now, to ensure that education is statutory. The same way that you've been discussing WASH all afternoon, it's provided by some of the UN agencies at most of these camps. The way that nutrition is provided and medication, health facilities are provided, we're insisting that education is statutory. That yes, it's going to have a different look, it's going to have a different feel. How does it happen? We leave it to you experts to tell us how that's going to happen. But it is a must. It is not if or but when these children have access to education. This helps us in many ways. Like I said, we'll have an educated population who, when I'm 70 years old or 80 years old and decrepit, I know that this generation now will be there to take care of me. They will be engaged so that they're not bored and idle in the camps and have fundamentalists taking advantage of them and recruiting them. And it also helps the Excellency Honorable Anne mentioned earlier about psychosocial support. When they're not sitting there idle and doing nothing and replaying their trauma and their anxiety in their minds, they're occupied by education. It contributes towards their therapy. So this is one of the areas that we will work together. We will continue to advocate and ensure that we have the laws in place for our humanitarian agencies to provide this. Honorable Satang, thank you very much. Thank you for the expression of the sisterhood. For the topic that you've mentioned, violence against children. Earlier on, somebody spoke about the Day of the African Child, June 16th, am I correct? What we're hoping to do is also work on the Year of the African Child in 2028. I had discussed this with the chairperson at the very first meeting that we have. I had wanted it next year, but I was told next year has been dedicated to the single air transport market. And I'm being told that at the subcommittee level, at the Permanent Representatives Committee, that they are considering endorsing something to do with human rights. But I think we can work with them on that. Maybe we have something around children, and then there is a sub-theme for them. But one of those sub-themes, if we have the theme of the year on the African child, is for you to dedicate a sub-theme on violence against children. I think this is a way of raising awareness about it, addressing this issue. So this is an area that we can also work together on. Once we're discussing what the theme of the year for 2028 will be, we'll also be discussing the sub-themes, and I think you can make it a prominent priority area for the theme of the year for 2028. So I use this opportunity to campaign to all of the member states that are in the room to please reach out to your permanent representatives, your missions in Addis Ababa, to try and make sure that we give priority to our children. We have so many themes of the year, but what will it look like in the next 10 to 15 years if we don't focus on the people who are supposed to take that theme forward? So let us invest on the investments that we're making now. Honorable Joseph, thank you very much. Also, once again, child justice. This is one of the areas that are being prioritized in the Banjul process that I spoke about, this issue of accountability. Right now, there is so much impunity on those who violate, the sixth grade violations, who perpetrate the sixth grade violations. We are not focusing enough on justice for these children. As soon as we finish with these conflicts, people go about their business. You're right, as when I was a member of the Africa Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict, these are one of the areas that we had tried to focus on. So we did visit Sierra Leone. The experts are sitting there. I think there were some other countries that we were supposed to visit. I'm not sure if Liberia was on the list, and Rwanda as well. For us to learn about how the citizens feel justice is. Justice in one place is not the same as another. So how did they feel they got justice? And they had some very innovative ways of doing this. We have the Save the Children representative here, Chantal, who has Save the Children, who are working on some of these things, along with UNICEF as well. So for the Banjul process, Honorable, I think you have a major role to play there to ensure that this priority area of accountability is taken seriously by the member states. So again, when we're having our high-level advocacy missions, we're hoping to do the 55 member states, where we'll be meeting with the presidents, the first ladies, but most importantly, we have now added ministers for justice to the list of people that we want to meet so that they can work on this issue. We'll also be meeting with parliamentarians so that when they're developing their national laws, these are things that they can take into consideration. Justice is a major factor in this issue of accountability. Honorable Anne, I had touched a little bit on, again, thank you for your comments. I had touched a little bit on psychosocial support. And I know my experts, perhaps, Mr. Moderator, we can permit them, one or two of them, to take the floor, are very focused on ensuring that psychosocial support is provided to these children that have been affected by armed conflict. But I had a very interesting conversation with one of the delegations as well in Addis Ababa. He was telling me that it is not only the children who have seen combat or who have run away from the conflict zones who are children affected by armed conflict. He gave an example of his daughter who at some point might have required psychosocial support because they were driving by, I think it was an entrance of a camp or somewhere, and his daughter was telling him, Daddy, 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 stop the car, we have to take all of these people home. They're sleeping on the street. They cannot sleep on the street. They have to come home with us. And he said, my daughter, there's so many of them. There's only so much space we have in the house. I cannot take them. And she started crying. And when they got to the house, she went immediately to her grandmother, her father's mother, and said, Daddy is a very bad man. He has seen all of these children who are affected by conflict, and he's refusing to help them. She was upset at her father because she felt that he wasn't helping. So some other children who are in safe zones and see what is happening to their counterparts are also affected psychologically. So these are things that we need to take into consideration, and I completely agree with you. These are areas that we will also prioritize, and we'll be working with you on most of these things when we go to visit, when we go on our advocacy missions. Rest assured on that. So, Honorable, thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. This is the conversation that we needed. Unfortunately, every good thing at some point has to come to an end, as we still have a very tight program. But we are going to have a break. I'm sorry to everyone whose hand I can't take now. We are going to have a break where we shall engage and continue the conversation. But one thing that I should clearly point out is that all the members who have spoken to you, they are special rapporteurs. It's a clear indication that I'll not be the only one working with you. From a thematic perspective, we have education in emergencies, we have children without parental care, we have justice, we have violence against children, to mention but a few. On my own behalf, I look forward to working with you, and we hope that we shall have that Africa Fit for Children, where we shall be comfortable that when I'm 80, I'll have the right pilot flying because I protected him or her when I visited Sudan. So thank you very much. Apologies for the short time that we had, and I'll hand over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Robert, and thank you so much, Your Excellency Ambassador Jainaba, for all the precision and for your frank speech. You know that we learn a lot with you, and we look forward to work more and more. Concerning the collaborative and how we can collaborative approach and how we can work together, we are available as a committee to work on your action plan or your strategic plan. And for us, it's a big opportunity to raise, to protect the more vulnerable children under the armed conflict, and also under the Charter and under the Article 5 concerning the principle of life and development for children. So thank you another time. For Honorable Robert, you forget the Special Rapporteur, Children on the Move.
My apologies, Honorable Chair.
So now we, at the end of this session, we have, I think, 10 minutes to break for a coffee, and we will come back for the next program. Thank you.
Joël, viens faire une photo pour les panélistes.
Please, members, you can join us for the photo. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Please. Professor. Good afternoon once again, honorable members, dear participants. I want to call Professor James for the last program of this session, of the second day. Professor James,
No,
welcome
Professor
to France. Sorry, France. From James and France. Sorry, Professor France. Welcome to Professor France. He will present to us the report on the second phase assessment on the implementation of the Agenda 2040. So the floor is yours, Professor France.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and Excellencies, members of the committee, state representatives, colleagues, friends, children, I don't know, at this late hour, I don't think that any child should still be here, but children, you are still there, sorry, you're behind the council. And to you who are still here at this very late hour on a Saturday, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is a wonderful opportunity for me, having also been involved in the drafting of the agenda many years back. So I think it is certainly quite a hefty assignment to discuss the assessment of the Agenda 2040, because as we know, there are 50 countries on the continent and there are 10 aspirations in the agenda, so it really is quite a wide and encompassing endeavor. And also then to do the presentation today, I think in what we said is 25 minutes, is also quite daunting, because the written draft, as the members know that received them, is around 250 pages, and that means that it's very difficult to condense all of that into a brief presentation. But what I thought I will do is to very briefly just remind us about Agenda 2040, talk about the assessment methodology, give you just a sense of the overall findings. So we can go to the next slide. That is the table of contents, please. Thank you very much. So as I said, look at the agenda, the methodology, the overall findings, and then just tap into some of the aspiration-specific findings, and then really look at the way forward. Next slide, please. So what I thought this session can yield is for obviously your questions so that we can create greater clarity. Also for additional information, if there are state representatives, I think generally we should say that any information still complementary is welcome, can be sent to the secretary or raised here, and then maybe any comments specifically on the particularities of the way forward, and any other aspect would be welcome from our discussion today. Next slide, please. So we will be reminded that Agenda 2040 was adopted in 2015. Why? Because it was exactly 25 years since the adoption of the African Children's Charter. And 2040 is 25 years into the future from the moment of the adoption, 2015. So on this little slide there, you see I put another date in the middle, just to give you that sense of the urgency of the moment where we are. Because if you count the 25 years from 2015 when the agenda was adopted to 2040, we are really going to enter the midway point. We are in the third of the assessment cycles or the implementation cycles, and in 2018 we would have reached the midpoint in terms of the agenda's duration, which is 25 years. So it's miraculous how time flies if you think it feels like the agenda just started. We keep in mind also that there is these Sustainable Development Goals, which will end in 2030 as well. And then there's the ongoing agenda of the African Union 2063. Next slide, please. Now, just to remind you, and here I have a printout copy. Next slide, yes. This is the agenda. Many of you have seen it. And the agenda really comes in two parts, just to be very clear. It would be the aspirations which are described, but then also the action plan. So in the initial agenda, you have the 10 aspirations set out, but you also have the action plans, which are action steps that needed to be taken in the first phase of the implementation of the agenda. So I don't think I'll go through each of the 10. We will revisit them as we go along. So next slide, please. In this slide, you see just graphically the idea of the five stages of the implementation or phases. We have essentially in 2015 a baseline, what was achieved until then, 25 years. And then in the next 5 year cycles, 5 of them, we arrive at 2040, and at that time the idea is that the aspirations in Agenda 2040 would have been realized. Next slide, please. And in the next slide, you see the assessment that now goes hand in hand. Just to explain, as I did just now, in the initial agenda, we already have the action steps that need to be taken until 2020. So in the first phase, after the first phase that ended in 2020, after that there was an assessment already done, the assessment of the first phase. That assessment is there on the website under the Agenda 2040 documentation. And at the end of that assessment of the first phase, the new assessment report then also sets out new targets or action steps that need to be accomplished by 2025. So you already have 2 sets of action steps. The first set that was for 2020 and the second set that was for 2025. So in the phase that we are now assessing, the years 2020 to 2025, this phase 2, the idea is also at the end of this stage, as we assess what was accomplished, to now identify the action steps for 2030. But one of the weaknesses I thought of the process up to now was that it was a bit difficult to integrate the 2 sets of action steps. There was a different set of action steps for 2020 and a different set of action steps for 2025. So my suggestion is going to be, and that is on the next slide, please. My suggestion is that the outcome of this assessment will really be, yes, an assessment of the second phase of implementation, 2021 to 2025, but then an action plan that will consist of an updated and consolidated set of action steps. So one doesn't have to go back to 2020 or 2025, but it will then discard those that have just become redundant because they are no more relevant, and it will update some, and it will include new steps. So there will be a stop that you can find all the action steps that need to be accounted for by 2030. And I certainly have committed myself also to do a child-friendly version of this and a summary that will go hand in hand with that. So in the next slide, very briefly, to talk about the methodology, I think not maybe to go into too much depth, but the idea is that after today, there'll be another opportunity for revision. And I thought I will then share that version with the committee members, and so that you can make your comments on that version. The final date that is foreseen is the 30th of June for this whole process to be concluded. Some of the challenges in the methodology is the lack of a baseline in 2015. So maybe in 2015, when the agenda was prepared, there wasn't like an elaborate baseline about where every aspect stood at the time. And that is true also of the first evaluation or the first assessment, that the baselines, it's difficult then to trace a baseline from 2015 to 2020 and out to 2025. So to a certain extent, we try to do that, but that is incomplete, let me put it like that. I think another statistical issue is that compromise made it difficult. If you have an end date of 2025 and you want to assess what happened until 2025, but much of the data can also be statistical, like maternal mortality rates or child mortality rates. The rates are always lagging behind. You'll only have the rates that are published and processed maybe of 3 or 4 years earlier. So that in a sense does lead to a certain sense of an incomplete picture. But I think we tried our best to overcome these. In the next slide, if I may, I try to just give you some sense, very difficult to generalize, but if one has to say what would be the overall findings, certainly the Agenda 2040 is still very much unfinished business, because we can, in all sincerity, say that none of the aspirations had been fully realized. That is very clear. So definitely much work still has to be done in the next 25 years. At the same time, we should not be too hard on ourselves collectively, because this is everyone's joint endeavor. I use the word appreciable. I think there had been appreciable progress. It is uneven, it's slower than what we wanted, and it differs from aspiration to aspiration. And that is despite, and that has been said many times in this session already, you know, there are global challenges that are also very pronounced in Africa: armed conflict, inequality, extreme poverty, hunger, decrease in public financing. All of those are framing the context in which we are collectively trying to work towards the realization of aspirations in Agenda 2040. But in terms of the achievements broadly stated, I think for me, looking from the outside in, it is the agenda's contribution to having engineered a discursive and conceptual shift. It's part of what the African Children's Charter itself also achieved, I think. The idea that children are rights bearers, that there are responsibilities, that they are to be treated with dignity, and that their views matter. All of that, I think, have been crystallized in the agenda, and in many detailed ways, the agenda, through the various implementation steps, have shifted our discursive space and our conceptual understandings and the way in which we talk and expect a realization of children's rights. There's also been system consolidation in almost all of the aspirations, we can say, institutional strengthening, and normative expansion. So at those levels of institutional strengthening and normative expansion, there has been certainly great successes. But the challenges had always been the translation of those changes in law and even in policy to affect the lived realities of children. Again, that is a refrain that we heard many times. We see that the importance of fostering societal, attitudinal, and understanding changes has been emphasized, and without that, you cannot achieve just legal changes. Structural barriers are very deep-seated and affect some of the aspirations more than others, but certainly also have to be overcome in terms of the aspirations themselves. They are contextualized within a broader circle of structural issues. And there has been in all of the aspirations still worrisome inability to reach those most marginalized children who are affected. Some of the other overall findings in the next slide is just highlighting some of the trends that emerged in the last 5 years specifically. So there's also the tension between 25 years, what happened over 25 years, but my focus in a way is on the last 5 years. So in the last 5 years, we've seen that there has been a recognition for the crucial role of child participation. That has been one of the great shifts that we see in the last 5 years. We've seen much more appreciation across the board and institutionally for the importance of implementation as a core challenge, institutionally and normatively. We've seen much more greater alignment of the work of the committee within the broader African Union architecture, and we've seen examples of that, even the regional economic communities, and that is a new shift. Another shift, I suppose, is the expansion of the normative guidance through soft law instruments that we have experienced in this period. we have also seen that norm setting, which has always been there, has also led more to systems building in a number of the aspirations, but it remains uneven. As for new issues, rapid digital transformation certainly has had a great effect, remains uneven, has positive and negative consequences, and we remain aware that there's always a risk of perpetuating inequalities and exclusion in the digital embrace. Partnerships have been expanded, and just to give you two figures there, the baseline in 2015 was 36 CSOs that had observer status with the committee, and that has increased to 61. No, sorry, that is actually in 2020. In 2020, that was 36. And so in a relatively short period, you can see the increase. And then the new development also in the last 5 years is the role of national human rights institutions, which increased from 0, because there was none in 2020, to 22 in 2025. So I then go to delve a little bit deeper into some of the aspirations in the next slide. In the next slide, you just see aspiration 1. Aspiration 1 is very comprehensive. It probably takes up by far the greatest volume, because it deals with all the work of the committee and the kind of aspects of relationships. So issues there, ratification without reservation is what we call it, state reporting, interpretation, collaboration, and so on. Let's go to the next slide, and I just highlight in terms of aspiration 1. In the next slide, please. Yes, in the next slide, we see the 4 issues that I just thought to raise in terms of the role of the committee. I think what we've seen in this phase, specifically the last phase years, is the targeted advocacy missions that yielded very, very concrete results. You can make a cause and effect relationship between the advocacy missions, in particular around state reporting, but also in terms of ratification. We have seen the role of the committee as a norm entrepreneur being accelerated, and I'll give some details. We have also seen the role of the committee in terms of implementation growing from ad hoc procedural engagement to a structured implementation architecture which has been institutionalized. And I think we see that the committee also continued with a dialogue and cooperative-based approach in general, but also in particular to implementation, which also yielded results over this period. Next slide, please. So in aspiration 1 then, we have, for example, the adherence, and so I'm just going to give you a few examples that is illustrative. So here you have the adherence, the benchmarks, 47 state parties to the African Children's Charter by 2015. We know that increased to 50 by 2020, 51, and now we want in the next phase to see all the states. I put together with that also the reservations. We had reservations, 4 of them in 2015. We had Botswana withdraw, but then also the Sahrawi entering a reservation. And the argument in the report is also that ratification should not be coming at all costs. It should be ratification that could be called with integrity, with a minimum of reservations. And I believe that, and that is to be followed up, that Somalia also made some reservations when it entered, when it deposited its declaration of adherence to the African Children's Charter. In the next slide, I'm just giving you a sense of, so each of the findings then translate to recommendations or action steps. So in the action steps, which is the second part of the report, you see, for example, that it says by 2030, those countries should have become state parties to the African Children's Charter without having entered reservations. So by 2030, those states should have withdrawn their reservations. By 2030, the African Committee should have engaged through advocacy engagements, dialogues, and continental study with the issues of ratification and withdrawal of reservations. So those will then be the guidance towards the next phase. Next slide, please. So here we see just the other element that shows a very clear progression. The number of states that had not submitted any report was 12 by 2020. 6 have submitted in the last period. and we are left with 6, although that Libya, which was really part of the advocacy missions before, had already submitted, so it leaves with 5, but then I suppose Somalia, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic also still has to submit its report, but it's not yet overdue, but it is due. And then you see the action steps that will then be in the second part that just speak to that. In terms of state reporting, and I know I may go into too much detail here, but just to say in terms of the rules, there is a rule that I suggest the committee also looks at, and that is to clarify that concluding observations should be adopted and disseminated at the session at which the state report is examined. There's some ambiguity, I believe, in the rules. And also, I propose that greater clarity be given about the publication of the complementary reports, so that the default position should be that those are also made immediately accessible and publicly available, rather than perhaps the other way around, as the rules seem to suggest at the moment. So those are more detailed steps. Then the core element of the communications mandate on the next slide. I just have a graph there. On the next slide, yes, thank you very much, that one. You see there that the submission of communications, maybe it's not so clear. There were 7 in this phase up to 2015, then 9 in the next 5 years, 12 in the next 5 years. And I want to highlight there that there had been also in the violations found, you'll see that there were 6 violations found up to 2015, 4 in the first phase and none in the second phase. So on the next slide, I briefly detail that a little bit further. So you see there, we see the small number of complaints. If one considers a continent of 50 state parties and so many children and so many violations that we're talking about here, 28 submitted complaints certainly is a little drop in the bucket. But we see that there has been an increase in the number, at least in the last phase. We also see the amicable settlements that had increased. Certainly that's a good thing in terms of how the committee deals with these issues. But to me, of a slightly concern is the figure that there had been no violations found, no violation found in terms of the phase 2, whereas there were 6 and 4. And that perhaps is also linked to the tendency that one observes in a body like the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that when it started to develop special mechanisms and devoted so much of its energy, its limited energy and time to promotional matters and thematic issues, that there always is a danger that the complaints mechanism becomes the stepchild of the body. And I also note that there are at the moment a number of complaints pending that had been found admissible, and the period of them pending before the committee is quite a prolonged period that is slightly longer than the usual period of time that it takes for the committee to deal with these complaints. So just then it leads to the next slide, please, which highlights, for example, on the next slide, I'm just highlighting then what we see as possible action steps. There's the idea of a CSO litigation group and how that can be in collaboration between the committee and the CSOs, and also that the committee should continue to put itself at the disposal for the resolution of complaints through amicable settlements, because that is really one of the success stories here. The next slide just very briefly shows the increase in the number of CSOs, as I indicated. You see the numbers there from 17 new ones to 19 new ones. The total is 36 in 2020, and then 25. The concern remains, however, that there are very few in West, North, and Central regions of the continent. Those are highlighted there, and there is no Lusophone CSO and limited Francophone and Arabophone in civil society organization involvement in the work of the committee. With the NHRIs, we see the dramatic increase there. I go in the next slide to an aspect of the urgency and crisis situations. We see that the committee, in a sense, has at its disposal to deal with outside the ambit of its protective mandate, maybe matters of serious human rights violations. It has the fact-finding missions mechanism, if you like. It can do public hearings, perhaps, linked to the day of general discussion, urgent appeals, and press statements. But these seem to me to be still open to be complemented. And in the next slide, I was wondering if one could take, in the next slide, there's an action step that shows, okay, that's not what I have here, but let's just see then. Yeah, but I'm lost now. Can you go back? Can you go back? Yes, thank you very much. So that one just shows some of the other steps maybe, and I was wondering, just like the Human Rights Council, for example, has days where it schedules human rights discussions of pertinent human rights situations, whether that is a mechanism that the committee could also start to explore, to have mechanisms to deal with urgent, ongoing human rights situations in a way that doesn't need the state reporting or the communications procedure. The next slide, thank you very much, is around implementation. Again, we said already that that's one of the great features of this committee, that it has taken implementation very seriously in the last 5 years. You can see just in the terms of the graph, the baselines in 2015, there were just some ad hoc follow-up missions and hearings that took place. 2020, up to that time, there were follow-up missions already, but it was the working group on implementation of decisions that was then established, but really took off only in this phase of assessment. In the last 5 years, we see all the institutional and structural matters, the 7 follow-up missions, and I think a relatively good record in terms of implementation of decisions. I know that the chair of the working group expressed concern, but in a broader sense, if one looks at human rights bodies across the world and in the continent, the committee is, as a matter of fact, doing relatively well in terms of securing compliance with its decisions. The next slide, we're still on aspiration 1, is just that's issue of the norm entrepreneurship of the committee, illustratively illustrated very well. If you look at 2015, there were 2 general comments adopted by that time. By 2020, there were 4. One of them was a joint comment. And then in the last 5 years, we see at least, I put them all there, at least 20 forms of soft law. Not only general comments, but also now guidelines, guiding notes, thematic studies, and thematic resolutions, which I count there as well. So certainly we have seen the pertinent issues of the content being addressed, and one of the objectives of Agenda 2040 is also to see the committee developing not just the jurisprudence, but an African-specific and autochthonous African jurisprudence. And I think it is almost inevitable because these soft law instruments really deal with issues pertinent to the situation of human rights in Africa, that it has an African focus. So last one on aspiration 1, and the others will be very brief. Just to make the point that visibility is in the next slide, please. Visibility and dissemination of documentation information is crucial. One had to get buy-in at the national level. There are wonderful work being done, the website, social media, and the Tribune that we received. But I have noted even myself, for the first time really, in the course of this assessment, that the Arabic, English, French, Portuguese, the French and Arabic and Portuguese websites are not really operational, and that documents are often only available in one language. For example, concluding observations. Certainly other documents are also available. And I think if the committee's work and the important endeavors that it is engaged in, if those are to be taken up across the continent, then clearly the linguistic divides have to be bridged. And I know that's resource implications, and that comes to the AU's budget, and it's in the report. I'm not talking to it at this moment. But that also means, ladies and gentlemen, that the Agenda 2040 was never available in the public domain in the French or Portuguese or other languages. I have the written or hard copy version here, so I hope everyone had received some of these. but it's certainly the understanding that in the process going forward, that there should be a dissemination of the agenda and the assessment and so on in all the languages, if it's at all possible. So, assessment by aspiration 2, very briefly, is the next one I'm getting to. Yes, frameworks, basically institutional legal frameworks, and I think the continent has done relatively well. We have seen, for example, Kenya and Zambia in the last 5 years adopting comprehensive children's laws or statutes. We've seen institutional coordination and modernization in legal frameworks dealing with pertinent issues of the day, such as cyberbullying. We have seen the strengthening of institutional coordination bodies, but the weakness in aspiration 2 remains that there's often not an operationalization of the legislation, even just through regulations or some form of subsidiary legislation that is often required. It is amazing if one starts looking at the detail, how often the law is not followed through. Inadequate administrative systems, inadequate resource allocations and institutions mar the realization of aspiration 2. Aspiration 3 is dealing with registration, birth, and other vital statistics. Again, this probably is one of the areas in which the greatest advances have been made. There's no country that has not taken it upon itself to invest in this issue. If you look at state reports, states are consistently reporting about actions taken. If we look at actual outcomes, we see huge increases in birth registration, although there are still difficulties. And as has been pointed out, statelessness is still not adequately addressed in that process of the registration, but relatively well served, aspiration 3. Aspiration 4, a healthy childhood, certainly much more expansive, much more complex to deal with than, for example, 3. But if we look at the general picture, we see strengthened continental health policy frameworks and coordination against relatively formal level, but also at the practical level in terms of improvements in maternal health interventions. For example, maternal mortality reductions in countries cited there, Sierra Leone, DRC, Niger, and Mali. And if you look at malaria, which is such an important aspect of health for children, that there has been these very new developments that have been taken up by many states, a new generation of insecticide-treated nets, and also a new rollout of vaccines specific to malaria. So, number 5 is the basic necessities, the wellness and so on, that I think we have talked about much also in terms of the WASH. Those issues have been covered, so I will, in a sense, not devote too much attention to that, but to know that there are progresses made, but certainly there are still also under-servicing of communities. In aspiration 6, which is the next one, we have the issue of education, and I think the greatest advance there had been the deeper appreciation for early childhood education. So there is much done and much reported by states in terms of pre-primary education. The countries are cited there, quite a number of countries that have done concrete steps to advance early childhood education. But if we look, for example, also at specifically the issues arising from the committee's decision in respect of teenage pregnancy, that there had certainly also been progress, but not as consistent as in the case of the first. And then there are those that have received less attention in terms of the educational aspiration, those, for example, related to resource allocation, inclusive education, educational infrastructure, training of teachers, and so on. Aspiration 7, as we know, deals with violence and abuse, and one of its salient aspects is child marriage, where we have seen progress. Those countries, Kenya, Zambia, Sierra Leone, strengthened or set 18 as a fixed criterion. So many times now it builds on what has been achieved in other phases. So it's also an aspect that one has to look back at the 25 years before. Then I suppose what we also saw, generally speaking, is a greater and a deeper appreciation for the emphasis on prevention and social norm change in the context of violence. For example, with female genital mutilation. On the next slide, please, we see the statistics just there that in terms of FGM, by 2015, there were 25 countries that had specifically outlawed FGM. Only one added in the next phase. And in this phase, we can't really say that there was a specific addition. We saw much contestation. The committee itself was involved in debates and developments around the Gambia and Sierra Leone. We see that in Sierra Leone, this was not really, the outcome was not very, or ultimately positive, because the ambiguities remained in the process. But in the Gambia, certainly the opposite, that the committee and the commission together engaged in the process and certainly ensured that the gains that had been achieved over time were not eroded. We see prevalence among adolescent girls, but specifically declining in quite a number of states. But, and I give the baseline, as it were, for the next phase, 2026 to 2030, if one just looks, that is the percentage of young women who have undergone FGM in those countries. We see that the percentages are still very, very high. And the suggestions are also that the interventions in this regard be very tailor-made and country-specific rather than just generic and all-encompassing. In the next slide, we briefly talk about child-friendly justice, issues around criminal responsibility, for example, where the legal requirement to put on the statute books a minimum standard of 12 years or above, because we know that has also evolved over time. We see at least 4 countries that changed their laws in this 25 years period to adjust to that standard. Same with abolition of death penalty for children. Two countries specifically engaged in change in this 5-year period. We see the expansion of child-sensitive justice systems and infrastructure in a number of countries, and also the diversion and restorative justice measures really taking off increasingly, although not adequately across the continent. So we see ultimately there also improved protection and support for child witnesses and child victims in a number of countries where specific steps are made. So sometimes it is difficult to make a holistic picture and say exactly the number of states that fall in a particular category, and the main focus on this assessment is at the very least to chart whatever happened in the 5 years, and then to, as far as possible, link it to the trends and the baselines that had been available. Aspiration 9, the issues of armed conflict, as we know. We see, I just highlight 2 issues here, that of child recruitment and the use of children. Again, that was canvassed just before our discussion. The straight 18 standard for child recruitment, we have seen this also being incorporated in a number of states, and we see that there is certainly a strengthening of reintegration and protection, but weaknesses certainly remain because many countries still lack sustainable, well-funded and inclusive reintegration systems, and specifically those targeting girls and persons with disabilities. In Aspiration 9, just then to link it back to the structure of the report, the issues I just raised then become formulated in the next slide, please, become formulated as action steps. So the next slide shows us the action steps. Yes? Yes, thank you. So that's just to link what the findings are then to the recommendations or the action steps. So we can go to the next slide, please. Child participation, the last of the 10 aspirations. As perhaps I intimated at the start, in my view, one of the aspirations that had seen also significant progress. We've seen unprecedented levels of child participation, and not only as symbolic participation, but more in a way that can be called structured and meaningful. And we have examples. We've seen also the expanded role of children at the national level in, for example, policy making and legislative drafting, processes that precede that. In the committee itself, We had the landmark guidelines on child participation in 2022, and we've seen that we also, in the state reporting process, have the first signs of states really taking seriously child inclusion and participation in the process of not only preparing, but also then ultimately presenting those reports. The committee itself has taken the lead to visualize, make very clear the role of children in its proceedings with the roles as we have also seen at this session. And then we've also seen the growth of the Children's Parliament and forums at the national level, and moves towards institutionalizing the transnational African Children's Parliament and the African Children's Summit. In the next slide, we just see again some of those action steps that are linked to those, so I won't belabor those. So I go to the next slide, which brings me to the end part of the presentation, which is the way forward. So my suggestion is that, and the assessment I think concludes with that, a national agenda 2040 implementation plan should be elaborated at the national level. So instead of just having Agenda 2040 in a sense at the continental level, there should be at the national level an Agenda 2040 implementation plan for the 5-year period. In fact, that is what the original document foresees. The original document foresees that there will be a national Agenda 2040 implementation plan in each of the 51 or 52 state parties. And that national action plan should really be basically having a whole of government approach, trying to bring all the stakeholders and role players together at the national level. It will give much more visibility, help to coordinate and galvanize perhaps the work around children's rights through this national action plan. I know there are many action plans, but there must be ways in which this could be like the one that holds it all together and could be the filter. So a 5-year national action plan for Agenda 2040 at the national level. The next slide just talks about the process, perhaps, of getting there. The process of getting towards such a plan should be an inclusive one, some form of a national dialogue with all the national stakeholders, or national platform could be created with an inclusive process involving, obviously, the state, NHRIs, children, civil society, the media, to make all of this very visible and to create popular understandings and buy-in. And in this, then, there will be a review of the country's own situation in terms of the 10 aspirations. So it will be a kind of a decentralizing, a kind of a domestication, if you like, of Agenda 2040. And then at the national level, once there is a 5-year plan, the idea would be that there will be an annual review of progress. Again, the stakeholders coming together and doing this review, and a report to the African Children's Rights Committee at the end of the period. At the end of the period, maybe it's too burdensome to report every year, but the idea is that the 5-year period completed at the national level will then lead to a report from the national level, legitimated by the stakeholders, and that is then presented to the committee, which will form, in a sense, the backbone of the overall assessment and concluding implementation evaluation. In the next slide, I just direct specifically, no, I think there's just one before that. Yes, is that? No, there's one that says, okay, sorry, yeah, you can go next slide. Next slide. Thank you. That's just specifically to the committee then, that the plea is, and in a sense the discussion now could be whether, to align the assessment with the committee's views, that the committee would then encourage and coordinate this Agenda 2040 implementation plans at the national level by each of the state parties. And again, let me reiterate, it's not my idea in a way. It comes from the original framing of the Agenda 2040. That the committee will also facilitate the states reporting and continental stakeholders meeting at the end of the implementation phase. So the idea is that there would be one continental comprehensive stakeholders meeting at the end of the 5 years. So there are national action plans. There may be meetings yearly to take stock of what is achieved at the national level. And then a 5-year plan is submitted to the committee, and the committee then hosts a continental stakeholder meeting to dissect and to interrogate the achievements that have been achieved in the 5 years, and from that then the assessment essentially is launched. That for sure the stakeholders platform should include child participation, and that should also be true of the whole process of the assessment of Agenda 2040. And out of this, again, it is already captured in the original Agenda 2040. Out of this should come a report. Not only the assessment, which is in a sense an internal document to some extent, but a report, maybe a condensation, a condensed version of the assessment, which would be a State of Africa's Children report. So there'll be every 5 years the State of Africa's Children report, which will be submitted to the Executive Council or by the AU for its consideration. So in conclusion, then I just have 2 smaller points, and that is the synergy between the Agenda 2040 and the committee's strategic plan. As we know, the strategic plan runs from now to 2028. The agenda will run until 2030, but clearly there may even be issues that come out of this process that may still impact on the strategic plan. So just to highlight like that. And then also I have put in yellow at the end there, just because I think this is even more contentious, and it was not foreseen in the Agenda 2040, the original one, that if resources allow and the donors would find it useful, why not do a midterm assessment of Agenda 2040? That would be in 2028. That would be in the middle of this 5-year term, so that we don't just wait 5 years, but there's a midpoint, that the stock taking, and it influences the process. And it is the midpoint of the whole of the agenda, but it will also be the midpoint of this 5-year cycle. So all of these suggestions, I think, will enhance the visibility, the buy-in, the gravitas, and the role that Agenda 2040 plays, not just because it is Agenda 2040, but because it is a tool to realize the African Charter and the many aspects of the committee's work. So, Chair, I know that I was a little out of breath to get through all of this, and I probably went over my time, but you can see that it is a huge task, and it's a huge report. But I hope that out of our discussion today, we will get some information and a sense of how the issues are seen by the committee. And as I say, I commit then to rework the version I have shared with you in the light of today's comments, and you'll have a clean version then maybe in a week's time or so. So that is the immediate proposed action forward. So thank you very much.
I'll let you wear your headset, please. Je vais prendre la parole en langue française pour remercier chaleureusement et vivement tout le travail qui a été accompli par vous, professeur France. Et sincèrement, plus on vous entend, plus vous nous facilitez la tâche, dans le sens où on se dit que c'est réalisable, que c'est possible, qu'on peut effectivement, avec un travail très structuré, recherché, et un travail qui est basé aussi sur l'agenda 2040, et que vous avez vous-même donc contribué à son élaboration. Donc, vous nous avez permis de rêver tout en gardant les pieds sur terre, et de nous dire aussi que c'est quand même possible et que c'est réalisable à travers le travail que vous nous avez présenté et qui n'est pas encore fini, qui est justement encore en cours. C'est une méta-analyse qui va nous permettre aussi d'intégrer toutes ces données, et ce sont des données probantes, toutes ces données probantes basées sur des évidences qui vont nous permettre de les inclure, puisque nous sommes aussi en train de travailler sur le plan stratégique. Donc, la vision est très claire pour nous, les objectifs sont clairs, on sait où on va. Et ce qui est encore plus important, c'est que face aux représentants, aux délégations, aux présents ici, aux représentants des États membres et aux différents aussi partenaires, y compris la société civile, nous aussi, on fait notre propre évaluation. Et grâce à vous, nous avançons et certainement, nous allons aussi mettre en œuvre ensemble la charte africaine et également, bien évidemment, l'agenda. Et je suis de votre avis pour qu'il y ait des évaluations de mi-parcours. C'est ce que nous faisons en tous les cas dans les équipes de recherche avec une approche académique pour orienter par la suite nos objectifs. Je pourrais aussi donc discuter amplement des heures et des heures avec tout ce que vous nous avez présenté comme données, mais quand même, je ne vais pas être égoïste, je vais ouvrir la discussion juste pour un petit moment pour discuter. Honorables, you have the floor. Honorable Albab.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I understand it's a very big task to do this work. I just wanted to understand the extent to which you considered issues that were not envisaged, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the funding crisis in the last few years, and challenges with commitment to human rights internationally, which have a direct impact on the implementation of not just Agenda 2040, but 2030 SDGs as well, and also the emerging risks that could impact the realization of the aspirations or the targets for 2030. So I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
Maybe we can take, yes, other, yeah, you have the floor, Honorable Rowe.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that very detailed engagement. In hindsight, in terms of the fact that we still have a lot to do in terms of Agenda 2040, from an outsider's perspective, do you think there are some aspirations that should have been added to the 10 that do not form part of the 10, or some that should have been collapsed with others? Because I can notice that aspiration 1 is very detailed and it speaks to all the other aspirations as well. Thank you.
Okay, you have the floor, Professor, so you can replay. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure those are as much suggestions as there are questions, and I appreciate those very much. Maybe to Honorable Nanima's question, yes, I do think so. I think the aspirations are quite broad, and probably one can fit into the aspirations whatever there is. But an issue that came really to my mind that today we hear so often is people on the move. Refugees, internally displaced, it is not highlighted. There's no specific of those aspirations that speak. I certainly realized that. And that, I think, is generally understood under aspiration 9, where it speaks of armed conflict and disaster. So disaster has the effect of moving, so that's at least internal displacement. But yeah, it's not quite migration. Migration, where does it really fit? So I think it's one of those cross-cutting things that will just have to appear when it is, but it has to be one has to be conscious of it. So thank you for raising that. We had become aware of that issue. For me, it is people on the move, migrants, and so on, that are not in one captured in an aspiration as such. But the aspirations themselves are also, some of them are quite narrow. I suppose if you look at aspiration 2 or 3, the registration. But I suppose at the time, if I think back, it was also like, that is such a priority, it's such a a transcendental issue. Once you have registration, it affects all the other rights. So maybe in retrospect, I think it's a very light aspiration, right? Registration is relatively light compared to health that encompasses so much, is so complex, so multifaceted. But perhaps they are just by the very nature of the aspiration. Some will be a little bit more specific and discrete, and some are really, really speaking to intractable problems, right? So some are doable. In the end, if we really assess aspirations 1 to 10, I think we'll find that some could have been achieved, but some can just not be achieved because they are deeply embedded in structural realities that are so difficult to address. But in one respect, I think we have made a small change, and that is aspiration 2, which speaks of the frameworks. It says states have to adopt legislation and then also comprehensive codes and have institutions. But in a way, each of the aspirations speak to legislation and to institutions. So the idea with aspiration 2 then is that it speaks to the framework, the broad, not the specifics. So if there's a specific law on child marriage, that will be discussed in aspiration 7, but it's about the systemic issues that are being dealt with in aspiration 2, the bigger picture, legal reform as an endeavor within the state, if that makes sense to you. So definitely there was a small rethinking already, but I don't think, as much as the action steps can change and need to change because they were always by 2020, now 2025, now 2030, so it's logical that they will change. The aspirations cannot change. I think that's been adopted by the AU, so we are stuck with the aspirations themselves, but we can interpret them broadly and creatively. As to Honorable Albab's question, yes, I think there was always the issue of, that's 2015, right? That's some time ago. So there are new issues that we really thought we tried to deliberately include would be like climate change. Clearly one has to think, how do all the aspirations get affected by climate change? So I think there's an effort, and issues like artificial intelligence and technological advancements. But to the more political kind of contextual questions of, let's say, the environmental, the global environment, multilateralism is under threat, and global financing crises. I think those will have to be taken into account as part of the context. But I have to maybe think through exactly how that will be translated into, and maybe it could be translated into when one looks at the specific action steps or targets, that one keeps more in mind those challenges in terms of how to formulate targets that are perhaps more contextual and speaking to the realities of the time. But COVID-19 was already factored in comprehensively in the previous assessment report. So the remnants of that, I think, need to be filtered through into this report as well. So perhaps that can still be strengthened as we complete the work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will take just the representative of Kenya, and it will be, I think, yes, Dr. Kenya,
okay.
Malawi, Liberia. So please, just 1 minute, please.
Oh, Chair, thank you very much. Mine is so brief. I also wish first to acknowledge and congratulate the presenter for such a comprehensive report, yet done in such concise and erudite manner. As the report was being mentioned, I heard there was 4 countries which had appreciated age increase for children in their acts. We also, in Kenya, have again that the age for criminal responsibility now is 12 years, but it was not one of those 4 countries mentioned. So I just wanted, through your indulgence, to bring to the attention of our able professor and consultant that he captures Kenya as one of the countries also that has given provisions for increased age limits for child criminal responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. The representative of government of Malawi. Yeah. Malawi before and after Liberia.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I think I'm also thanking the Professor for the elaborate presentation. I have two comments to make regarding the domestication of the Agenda 2040, where the professor has indicated that the state parties are supposed to develop a plan, say 5-year plan, that is more or less implementing the Agenda 2040. And I'm here now thinking the practicability of the same, considering the fact that in almost all the strategies that we develop as state parties, we've made reference to the aspirations and probably the other frameworks that the AU and the other bodies do make. So the question still stands, the validity and also the practicability of the same. Are we not bringing in more things to be done for the state parties? And probably how do we think of harmonizing the whole processes to make sure that as we are reporting on the other equally important state party reports, we should deliberately include the aspirations reports in our reporting. Similarly, the issue is also going to the assessment, as my brother from Kenya has alluded to say. I think a few countries that have been highlighted, and I'm assuming that it's because of the presentation, and probably more countries are doing well in the areas that the professor has highlighted. And in the final report, I would love if those are also indicated so that the efforts are appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The representative of Liberia, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Gamel Tokwa. I'm the Deputy Minister for Children at the Ministry of Gender, Republic of Liberia. I want to say thank you to the professor and also stand on all the established protocols. I read the aspirations that he listed, but we have issues I didn't see. I don't know if there's a room for it to be added at some point, which is children in street situation. It's a serious matter. Liberia is struggling with that, and I know many countries represented here have similar issue. So I'm hoping that before we leave here or at some point in time, we can be able to share with each other some ideas as to how we can tackle children in street situations at the end of this conference, or at some point maybe it could be added to the aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I give the floor to Dr. Ayalo, I just want to mention that it's very important you received the questionnaire. We can share with you the questionnaire for this assessment, concerning this assessment. And please, all the delegations and the representative of the government help us to reply to this questionnaire so we can have more and more inputs, and we can at the end have meaningful recommendations. Dr. Ayalo, the floor is yours.
No, you have covered it very well, Chair. That's exactly the point that I was about to raise to the representatives of member states here. To really, we have received only 4 or 3 responses from member states. We have circulated very comprehensive questionnaire to input into the findings of this report. So it would be really great for us also to get information right for the respective states to reply to us. And more information can be provided with regard to the questionnaire that we have shared with member states through the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayalo. So we will share with them in this session the questionnaire, and after that, it's possible to replay now when we have our session, or they can after through the diplomatic channel. Okay, thank you. I want. Yeah, bien sûr, Dr. Leila Gad, bien sûr. You have the floor, Dr. Leila Gad from UNICEF.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I reiterate appreciation to Professor Franz for an excellent presentation, and you've whetted our appetite for even more. I just have one telegraphic update and one telegraphic suggestion. In terms of the update, you spoke about the State of Africa's Children report. We are finalizing the first edition of the State of Africa's Children report in collaboration with the African Union Commission. And the theme, we have agreed that it will be institutionalized, so it will be an annual report, and it will be aligned with the theme of the year. So for this year, it is on water and sanitation for all. So this is something that you raise, which is really important, that we have an annual statement indicating what is the situation of children on the continent. The second point that I'd like to raise, and it's addressed to you, Honorable Chair, I think that this is very, very valuable information, and the suggestion of having reviews instead of waiting for 5 years. The model of the high-level political forum is it something that you would like to consider for a select number of the aspirations of Agenda 2040 to be presented, discussed on the sidelines of the AU Summit, where you have all heads of state? It's an opportunity, and it wouldn't be too burdensome because you would select maybe 2 or 3 aspirations, go in depth, and really have the audience of the heads of state. So a question for you. Yeah.
It seems like a challenge. Okay, we acknowledge. Thank you for your recommendations. So maybe I want also to take this opportunity to thank you a lot, because you are the UNICEF who support this assessment, and we thank you a lot for what you are doing as a support for the committee. I give the floor to Professor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I also think UNICEF has to be acknowledged for giving the investment in this. And I have to acknowledge also that I am not the only one working on this. I have colleagues who also have given me inputs on which I rely. And I thank them very much. So in terms of Kenya, yes. Let me just reiterate, I will definitely go back. Maybe it's a matter of not capturing it in the presentation. But please, I think it must be very clear, and we should make it clear in the report, that when we highlight examples, those will be examples of what happened in the last 5 years. So if a new law was adopted or a new policy, so I'm not sure, I'll come and speak with you, but if Kenya adopted and changed its law, so it moved in the last 5 years, it will be explicitly mentioned. Otherwise, it will not be explicitly mentioned, but it will be part of the baseline. But I think that is just to explain, and I'll definitely look at the detail we have. The Malawi question, a very good question, I think, because one doesn't want to end up with more burdensome obligations on the state. At the same time, if it is thought that this can galvanize a lot of energy and can serve a purpose, my view is that perhaps it is a relatively narrow report, right? It could be, because one will start with the specific action steps in Agenda 2040's action plan for that period, right? So, for example, Malawi is supposed to do state reporting. The agenda will say states should submit their periodic reports, right? So it's not gonna put on you a different burden, right? But when a state has not reported, so it's let's say it's Sao Tome. In Sao Tome, they'll get this agenda and they'll realize that they have been specifically highlighted in this agenda because they've never submitted a report. So there's an additional impetus on them to implement that specific recommendation. So in a sense, I'm saying that if there's a national action plan, it will have to be tailor-made not to create new obligations, and maybe it's good that you raised it, it's good to think about it. It should be clear exactly how does it mesh in with existing obligations, and you know, how the formulations for specific countries should, I suppose, sit together with the obligations they have under the treaties. So thank you for raising that. I think more thought has to go into that. I appreciate your observation. For Liberia, yes, thank you. I think you have pinpointed something very important. Children in street situations. It definitely appears in the report under, I think, aspiration 7, but your intervention will make me go back and make sure that we deal with it in a comprehensive and thorough way. And if we could chat about it or talk about it further, I'll be very happy to do so. And as far as Leila's intervention, I think it was primarily for the chair, but you also informed us that there will be an annual Status of African Children report from now onwards. So my suggestion can then be a little bit changed. So maybe in 5 years' time, that annual report can take the form not maybe of a thematic study, but a study of the assessment based on the assessment of Agenda 2040. So every 5 years, the African Situation Report can become like a comprehensive report feeding into and off the assessment. So there's that link that I suggested, but it could be that the two are not mutually exclusive. They can be meshed with each other from how I see it. But thank you very much for your suggestion and information.
So we are at the end of this session. Thank you very much another time, Professor. And the support also, the continued support of UNICEF. I think if we can have this continued support, we can organize this side event on the agenda, the assessment of the agenda, and what about concern the implementation of this aspiration for the next AU summit. Why not? Let's start to work on it. So it's. I think it's so important to have this valuable information concerning how we are doing it together with all the member states, and we always ask this question. How we can do, and what are the best ways that we can take to have a best achievement. So with this information concerning the progress and this the information concerning also the Paris, we have a very clear vision about the agenda and the implementation of the Agenda 2040. Big thanks and many thanks to Professor. And I think we are at the end of our second day. I can close this session, and after that, I hand over. Yes, I give the floor to Philip for some announcement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Encore merci beaucoup à Professeur Franz pour cette brillante présentation. Nous apprenons chaque fois quelque chose de nouveau quand on l'écoute parler de l'agenda 2040. Pour dire aux représentants des États partis que nous, au niveau du secrétariat à la porte d'enregistrement, vous pourriez avoir les questionnaires que nous avons envoyés aux États partis. Si vous pouvez les remplir et puis les transmettre par la voie diplomatique, on pourrait vous envoyer aussi la version électronique. Donc, pour demain, c'est dimanche, je pense qu'il y a un repos que vous avez bien mérité. On reprendra les travaux le 20 avril, le lundi, à partir de 9 h avec l'examen du rapport des États partis. Nous allons commencer par le premier rapport périodique de la République du Burundi. Et après le déjeuner, nous allons avoir une présentation de l'observation générale sur l'article 13 relatif aux droits des enfants en situation de handicap. Ce matin, justement, on disait que le comité n'implique pas vraiment les personnes qui vivent avec le handicap. Il y a le consultant pour cette observation générale est une personne qui est vivant avec handicap. Donc, ça veut dire que le comité vraiment, en fait, est sensible à cela. Et après, nous aurons la présentation des résultats de la conférence de l'Union africaine sur la garde d'enfants. Cette présentation sera faite par le département à la santé, aux affaires humanitaires et au développement social de l'Union africaine. Et enfin, le lancement de la note d'orientation sur la présentation des rapports concernant le droit et le bien-être des enfants atteints d'albinisme. Donc, vous voyez que lundi, c'est vraiment une journée qui est vraiment aussi très intéressante et nous souhaiterons que vous puissiez vraiment participer, venir à l'heure pour qu'on puisse commencer à temps et finir à temps. Une autre information, c'est l'événement parallèle qui est organisé par le Centre pour les droits de l'homme et ses partenaires à l'hôtel Impilo sur la création justement d'un groupe de justiciables donc juste après cette session. Des bus sont mis à la disposition pour ceux qui n'ont pas de moyens de transport pour y aller. Donc, je pense que dès la sortie, vous allez trouver les bus qui vont pouvoir vous y amener. Donc, Madame la Présidente, je pense que ce sont les informations que le secrétariat voudrait transmettre avant la fin de cette session. Merci beaucoup.
La séance est levée.
One of the university I went to is University of Pretoria, and kind of a master secretary. Because I directly the children's law clinic. Iling yone convenient man. Let's answer it.